We are rolling into day 3 of the Contenders Korea Fall Series, so it only makes sense that we extend things. 2 games was nice, a tight, quick night. Now we got 3 games for you to match the amount of days that we've been live for, and it's myself, Paulsable, and Lafon, bringing you all of them.
What I mean, it's been, even though it's been a quick few days, it hasn't been, there has been some pretty interesting things happen all the way throughout as we kind of look back early. I mean, even first day starts off with Panthera, Poker Face, both of whom will make an appearance today, but that was an absolute, I was going to say barn burner, but it wasn't. It was a stomp. Poker Face kind of ran.
It should have been a barn burner. It should have been a very close match. Panthera still quite figuring out the new meta. That's right, folks. If you missed the first 2 days, don't worry. They were pretty quick. A lot of 3-0s. But we are on the new patch. We are on the live patch here. Preview of what is to come potentially for the future of Overwatch competitive. So we've been seeing a lot of Zarya. We've been seeing a lot of Genji, a lot of Sojourn. But some teams aren't quite happy with that. Panthera very much one of them with one.
Yeah, and I mean, also coming in from Mr. FM, another team that wasn't, particularly fond of the Zarya look. Another highlight actually is we've seen a lot of Midtown played. And for the most part, it actually has been a Sigma mirror there. So
Sure.
the first thoughts, oftentimes when we talk about a new meta, like the majority of the maps you're going to play quote unquote what is correct. And then there's a couple of outliers, like I know Circuit Royale in the past has been one where, Sigma mirror tends to be the play. But I think right now, while the Zarya is mostly favored, there is an element of both comfort and map geometry that plays in a ton. We've seen Winston, we've seen, a little bit of dive, mostly from FM, but it hasn't been sort of a one-trick note all the way through.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And when it comes to Panthera, we'll get a hold of them later. We'll phone them up, see what's going on, or we'll just get them to play because they're on the schedule. But either way, that was day number 1. Day number 2 was pretty interesting. Dreamers versus Lemix. I mean, Lemix put up, admittedly, more of a fight than I personally anticipated.
Yeah, I mean,
still a 3-0 though.
still a 3-0, but I also think like it was clearly a team that was identified what their strengths were. Keep in mind, Lemix coming in from the WDG Open. They've played a lot on this patch in regards to the expected meta. Heard from them what their strengths kind of are in terms of what they like. But amusingly enough, Lemix, one of the few teams who's already played 2 games, opening up with a Zarya meta, they come in with an Orisa on the second day. So Lemix clearly not quite comfortable running the the aggressive duo with the Genji Zarya sort of setup in the front line. They tried to make the Orisa work. It did to a certain extent. Unfortunately, just not enough to close out against Jasmine, a new addition to Dreamers, and as well as Sad and Top Dragon holding down that front line.
Yeah, and then at least yesterday we did get one close match, right? Or at least closer than the first 3, right? We got that 3-1 between FM and Revival. FM, the only team to run a Winston so far. It didn't do so hot on the first map. Map 2, they swapped to Winston, and they go, oh, well, I mean, this works better than what we were doing, so let's just stick with that. Don't fix what ain't broke. And, it is Contenders Korea, Lafon. If somebody can run a Winston will be run at some point. Let's take a look at our group stage. This is the format, folks. We got 5 teams coming back from the Overwatch League knockouts and 5 up from the WDG Open, split into 2 groups of 5. First in each group gets a bye to the second round of playoffs, so they'll be just 1 game away from making the grand finals, which is on land. The other 2, second and third, will have to battle it out. And of course, if you make 4th and 5th, Lafon, you're not going to make it to playoffs.
Eliminated in group stages, so that is and something that is actually in contention today, right? Losing out here for a couple of teams would be not ideal because it puts you in a very, very difficult place in terms of playing catch-up as we gotta get into it. So yeah, very, very important to kind of get your wins out early so that you have a little bit more buffer room. And as we said, into single elimination for the playoff bracket, into that one. So I mean, it's going to be a little bit interesting because I think that the groups aren't as top heavy as you may expect coming into the season, right? Looking at, the teams coming in from the OWL knockouts and then teams coming from WGG Opens, you expect, okay, maybe the top seeds are going to be a little bit stronger and the bottom seeds maybe struggle a little bit. I don't think that's necessarily been the case this patch. It has been a little bit more even though it has been mostly 3-0. So getting your wins out early now before everyone kind of solidifies themselves in the meta, identifying what their strengths are, is going to be, I think, a better position to be in than struggling for those wins later on down the road.
And with 5 teams in each group, 2 is sort of the magic number to at least probably get into playoffs, right? It's not 100% guarantee at 2 wins, but you're looking pretty good. if you manage to get 2 on the board. 3 is great, and of course, if you can win all 4 of them, you're not only getting into playoffs, but you're going to get first seed in your group, because that's how math works. We can do caster math on occasion, but we have a lot of teams not only fighting for that second win today in our first match, but also fighting to avoid a second loss. 2 losses is not ideal. Not ideal. No. If you look at 3 losses, there's no guarantee that you are making it into groups. So with only 4 games played for each team, yeah, you can take a look at who really needs the win today. I'm looking at you, Lemix, and Panthera. Honestly, if Panthera were to drop their game today, it would be a very tough situation for them to hold.
I mean, an upset too, right? 0-1 are the only teams that hasn't played yet. So there is still a position. I mean, Group A is kind of shaping up to be very interesting towards the end of the season. But I mean, the big question is going to, of course, be Panthera, right? A team that did not conform to what was expected coming in based on theory crafting, based on scrims, based on previous tournament results. And we saw how well it turned out, which is that it didn't. And yeah, this is a big question mark game for them. I think all the pressure is, in fact, on Panthera, and Zero is likely going to be able to kind of just take it easy and kind of move on from there. Group B, of course, will also round out our last games played. So everyone in Group B will have played at the end of today as well. So that being said, I mean, I think after today, we'll get a sort of general power ranking of where we expect teams to finish off the season. And at the very least, I think the questions that we have about which teams are sort of a real problem or the ones that are expected to be in that first place position will at least be resolved.
I mean, at the very, very, very least, we'll at least get to see all 10 of our teams once already at the end of today. Euphoria, SBG, and Zero, we haven't seen any of those 3 teams play yet, so a lot going to be learned in our second 2 games. We're going to learn if Panthera really have a good chance of making playoffs at all, despite being one of the teams from the knockouts, in those top 5 seeds. But we started off with a battle for potentially first in the group of Group A. Pokerface and FM, they're the 2 teams in that group with a win thus far. And if you win here today, it's pretty likely you're going to take the entire group.
And I mean, this is also going to be an interesting conversation in terms of style, right? Pokerface, they look like they could handle anything that was thrown at them, right? Pokerface, we know they're very capable on a dive, but the fact that they went over to the Zarya in that first game and won it so handily against, a team as vaunted as Panthera means that I think FM are going to actually struggle here today, right? FM, they went back to comfort picks most of the time yesterday, playing a lot of the Winston, putting Gurio on Sojourn, trying to play to those comforts, and realistically coming in here, it's going to have to be FM really dialing in if they're going to focus on this Winston composition against Pokerface, a team that is expected, I think, to be the #1 seed in Group A.
Could also end up being that Winston comp was just an adaptation to yesterday. We'll have to see how that plays out when we get familiar with FM a little bit more in this meta. But first things first, we got to talk about the big dogs on campus, right? Or I guess the big dogs at the poker table, right? Playing some Texas Hold'em. We got Pokerface rolling in here. An interesting look for them today. Finale, Valentine, Muse, Lego Simple. I mean, if you've been around Contenders Korea, all of these names should be familiar. If you've been watching the Overwatch League, Muse and Finale, at the very least, should be familiar to you. But it's odd to see Finale and Valentine both starting as they play with a very similar hero pool.
They do, and actually yesterday as well, or sorry, day 1 is where Pokerface didn't actually have both these 2 playing at the same time, right? That was kind of the curious setup. Proud, in fact, was the one who kind of had that marker, though. As we move over to FM, I mean, here is another interesting, talking about interesting DPS lineups. Yeah. Gurio and Yappen, who did not play yesterday at all, makes his debut this season in Contenders Korea. So for both these squads, the DPS core is a little bit odd coming into this first game. We'll see if that is dependent on map, though, as we build later on into the rest of the series.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, so much talent on this team too. FM, they took 3rd in the WDG Open, but then they got some serious upgrades. Slime, Dox, Gurio coming on in. Gurio and Slime with some Overwatch League experience, some titles in the Overwatch League, albeit stage or season. Unbelievable upgrades here for FN, and it makes them a very scary threat. We saw yesterday, despite that Winston composition still being a little bit outside of what we think the norm will be, still very early days in this meta, the calls from FM were just sublime, right? And you have to imagine a lot of that is because of the experience of guys like Slime and Gurio.
Yeah, very quick is kind of the marker there. And one thing we've complained about in the past is teams when they play aggressive compositions, especially ones that are suboptimal in terms of power levels in the meta, that they don't actually execute quickly. That was not a flaw that FM had. Of course, though, that was against the WDG Open team. Now they go against a team that is performing very, very well. We'll see how well that holds up as we start off on Control Ilios, the first selection.
And I think this gives us a little bit of insight as to why we see some change-ups in the DPS pools for both of these teams. Now, Finale and Valentine still befuddles me a little bit. I don't know, they're running some kind of like Echo Genji or something. I don't know what's going on there, man. But it at least makes sense. Ilios, in terms of what DPS are consistently viable here, I find it's one of the greater outliers in our pool of control maps.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, for Pokerface specifically, I think we're expecting to see a flyer, a flanker frontline or DPS core, double flanker even, I think is a possibility. The curiosity comes now in because it is asymmetric in the setup. It's not going to be. It is unlikely to be a mirror composition. This also kind of plays into that. So Ilios plays differently than a lot of control maps, and on top of that, it's against a team that you know is probably not going to open up with the Zarya. That makes I think converts it even further into why these DPS cores are going to be the way they are.
Oh man, Pokerface saw Docs play the Winston yesterday and said, oh, you know what? Maybe I can get in on that. Maybe that kind of tastes good. Let's get her moving. We start off on Well and FM. Again, you know, we've seen the Orisa composition rear its head some. A lot of teams in Contenders Korea aren't convinced this comp is dead despite the nerfs to Orisa. So Gurio Yapin out here with Soldier 76 and the Bastion. Not a bad ante to stop it up. Just started off, but not one that's punishable.
And this is that flyer flanker comp we're talking about on Pokerface's side, though, right? Echo into Tracer, both firmly within the wheelhouse of Finale and Valentine, less so in terms of crowd. Another good ante here. Yapin can't get into that configuration tank early. That's going to buy time for Pokerface to surround and conquer.
Yeah, another problem for FM's comp is how do they get on top of Pokerface, right? They sort of have to wait for Pokerface to come to them. Muse does go a little bit deep, getting just the one pick on Gurio. Can Finale make up the deficit? It's pretty hard to when you're being counteracted by Docs on the Orisa here. Both teams just taking pot shots at each other, but FM keep off the point long enough that the first cap goes to Pokerface despite not having a tank.
Well, I mean, the big problem here is that if without Gurio to kind of put pressure onto Valentine, Yapin can't actually take space. The sticky bombs are so easy to put pressure onto the Bastion. And on top of that, I mean, Gurio's just getting chased down.
And this rotation's so long for FM. They do get on top of Simple eventually, and a nice immortality field keeps Yapin up through that pulse bomb. So FM with an advantage now, and they're looking to snowball it. On to Lego they go, but nobody's helping Docs get rid of that Brigitte. Meanwhile, Muse and Finale are feasting, and I don't really know if this air matrix is going to be enough. Finale dashes right on through it, keeps the pressure on KHD. Eventually, FM worm their way back and get some percentage on the board, but Pokerface aren't giving this up just yet.
This is with this duplicate, yeah, Yapin is not going to survive. There's no configuration tank available, and so this is actually going to be a staggered play out. Despite Pokerface losing percentage on the point, it's not, the respawns are going to be faster here for Pokerface.
Man, Docs really just wants to run Simple down. I mean, he is the least mobile of this composition by quite a bit, but it's so far to go kitty corner across that objective. Pokerface are more than happy to pick up the slower members of FM.
I mean, one of the things now is you kind of want Yapin to be on a different character, right? You're just not getting enough value on this Bastion to burst down any individual target. Pokerface are not playing this in a dive setup, right? It's more of an all-out skirmish, and I can't really say that it's the wrong play, because again, look, Gurio forced to run away, and all that while, Pokerface are still building percentage on the point.
Not a bad ult from Yapin. Oh, but an even better one from Finale. There's just no way you're pushing without KHD right now. Look how confident Muse is, too. He's got a primal. He's not afraid of potentially getting beamed down by the Bastion. And that turret form, that's so far from the objective to try and gain space and progress. Everybody from Pokerface is fine. It cost FM quite a bit to even get there. We're 80% already. Pokerface, the only ults they've used, I think this whole map has been the duplicate once and then a couple pulse bombs. Here comes Muse in with the Nano too. Got a primal, he'll pop it, try to isolate KHD. Couldn't quite find him up top, but he'll double back for Yapin and then finish off the Baptiste of FM. Gurio trying to make something happen with this tack visor, but it's shut down promptly. And Pokerface get a pretty confident first round.
Make no mistake about it, that 21% doesn't actually count as any meaningful progress onto the objective. I'd also like to highlight, you know, no shade to Yapit in terms of actual performance, but it's not being set up for success, right? Bastion has nothing to shoot at. The range, it's either the range is too far because the Echo is going to be able to poke in from afar and then duck down behind cover before you can actually do anything with your damage throughput. And then even if you do get close, by that time you've already had your cooldowns forced, and so you're just a sitting duck, which the Tracer and Ana can combo to clean up pretty easily. And all the while, I mean, you can see Muse is not hiding where the Bastion is, so you have very, very little value earned. And for FM, I mean, they go to the Orisa expecting this Zarya, I think, and just end up getting countercomped with perfection.
Now FM, they're going to go back to what was working for them yesterday. A Winston and flanker comp of their own right. Only difference here is actually the main tanks, Muse, for the wrecking ball here upon Lighthouse. A little bit less consistent, but it gives him some chance. I mean, you know, you can have some cheeky knocks off the edge, I guess. Ooh, Simple taking so much damage, but Dox goes down first. No follow-up, no coordination from FM. They couldn't get on to Simple at the same time.
I mean, the big difference in this composition is that Muse is not going to die as easily as Dox, right? And that means the back line for Pokerface can self-sustain rather than worry about anything else. And look at that. I mean, Slime dead, KHD now on an island isolated, and Pokerface are entirely free to just clean up the remainder of these players. You don't expect FM to be back into this, and I mean, the one problem with this is the back-to-front composition from FM, meaning that they actually have to send everyone in all on the same page to actually find the elimination. Pokerface, they don't have that that limitation. Muse is going to be dancing around, and Ali going to go for eliminations, and all the while, Valentine can play very, very safely, poking out with sticky bombs and the focusing beam.
Yeah, Muse doesn't have to be nearly as committal as Dox. Look how low he already is. Finale into the back. What a stick on Slime! Beautiful work from Finale. There's Tracer coming to life on Ilios. He was already doing so well in the first round. He starts this one off no less hot. Easy cleanup here. Eventually. Come on. Get him. There we go.
What a silly fight.
I mean, Pokerface are just boot on the throat of FM already. We are on the second round of this series, and Pokerface are taking no prisoners.
And now you're staging to get into a dive now for FM is even more difficult, right? Because you have to take 2 layers of space that you wouldn't otherwise have to. Even as they walk in, yeah, there's the poke, forces the duplicate, a bad duplicate.
And Yapin was so scared of the nano on Valentine, immediately pops the duplicate. Does get a decent ante out of it, but the follow-up on Simple again just isn't there. Dox too low and doesn't have the primal yet. We are 75%, and Dox hasn't been able to get the primal because he's been bullied so much. And that bullying won't stop. Pokerface, they gave away a measly 21% of the first round. They're not going to give away even a touch on the point here on Lighthouse.
They actually scout. I think they scouted Yapit too.
Yeah. That's just mean. At least let him trigger overtime.
They'll touch.
I mean, now Dox has to leap in, though. Use his bubble, right? Finally has a primal rage. Maybe he can stick around here, but would need to do something pretty miraculous. He's going to try and hit Valentine off the edge, but that character can fly, and Valentine's doing just fine. Gurio, on the other hand, he cannot fly. I believe he got knocked off the edge there and tried to run back and couldn't quite make it. Another beautiful stick from Finale. I'm not sure he's missed a pulse bomb this match. Maybe 1 of 4 or 5. Pokerface, they're not missing either. A domination on Ilios.
21% and 1 touch is all they got on Ilios. And so now, hey, FM, they come into this composition, or they come into this game saying, we can play the Winston composition. It kind of worked. And then Poker says, no, you can't. This is what it looks like.
To be fair, though, I think there was a lot of work being done by the DPS, right? We were a little bit curious. You know, there's a lot of overlap in Finale and Valentine's pools, but the one difference between them is that Tracer that Finale was rocking, right? Proud, great hit scan player. Not historically much of a Tracer player. So when you go to Ilios and those flank compositions become so prevalent, Finale, he's doing what any Tracer player would love to be doing.
And I mean, the big thing right now is I don't necessarily see a standout player from Pokerface. And I don't mean that to say that there's no one playing well. I think they're all playing well.
They're all standing out so much that it's hard for one to be so much better than the others.
and I mean, coming into game number 2, now FM has to go back to the drawing board. This is also a statement game, right? We can play your comp better than you can.
Yeah, we'll see if map 2 has any better luck for FM after a break. A dominant map 1 from Pokerface, as we've come to expect from them, but that leaves FM in a bit of a conundrum. We head to Hybrid, and between Blizzard World Midtown and Kings Row, I'm not sure what the good option is.
There aren't any, right? Coming into this one for FM, there really aren't any good options. Because keep in mind, coming into this, right, whenever you play a composition that isn't quote unquote meta or the setup,
sure,
what ends up happening is that you need to be the best at it to have it work. If you come in and your opponent plays that composition better than you, all of a sudden your entire hand has been read. Because not only are they better at you at your comp, they can play the other composition that is supposedly stronger. And they have the flexibility to kind of move around multiple times. So even if you try and kind of break it with something out of left field, as we saw similarly in map number 1 with Orisa, that's just not available to you anymore. So it's not a great place for FM to be in, because no matter what they do, it feels like Pokerface has the answers right now.
Yeah, so as we go into our map number 2, it does seem that the selection from FM is going to be what we've seen the vast majority of thus far in Hybrid. I believe this is our 4th of 5 hybrids that has gone to Midtown. We saw them play the Winston here yesterday. Pokerface aren't going to match the Winston here, though. We've got some subs coming in. We've got Peppy coming in for Muse, Proud coming in for Valentine, and Karu actually coming in for Lego. This is the most confident sign I've ever seen that the composition is going to change.
Yeah, you're going to see the double flex support from Pokerface. Likely the Iliari Baptiste backline. probably going to see Sigma. The other thing, too, is I was not convinced yesterday, watching FM against Revival, that the Winston was that strong on offense. It really felt that Revival got in their own head a couple of times, right? Giving up a ton of space to a Winston that didn't really earn it, and then kind of lost sight of the ult economy on their defense. On FM's defense, rather, trying to force the fight, which allowed for a quick retake by FM. So it felt less like FM won Midtown yesterday and more that their experience trumped their oppositions. Against a team like Pokerface, that is not going to happen. So the question is, can you play your composition so well you can take down the Sigma that has been the de facto pick here on Midtown?
Okay, Proud, the Widowmaker's funny, but, you know, you got 15 seconds. Swap with the Sojourn already. There it is. Exactly as we expect from Pokerface here. The BAP Iliari in the back line, and FM, they have brought Scarlet in. This is a telltale sign that they want to run the Genji. Scarlet's Genji was a menace yesterday. So if there was one good swap to make here, I do believe this is it.
Oh, I mean, the appetite was wet yesterday. Rival. And they handle the main course.
Yeah, truly. It is a big entree that they are trying to stuff down their gullet here. You can see Finale doing pretty much what we've seen the majority of Echoes do, try and keep control of this alleyway. No one assisting Finale for now. That can spell some difficulties. Simple finally comes over, gets isolated, and that's a beautiful dive. Great recognition by FM. Simple didn't have anywhere to go after using that movement ability. Finale and Peppy, Proud. They aren't too unhappy with it, though. They'll gladly give up Simple for a moment. Scarlet gets away for a second and get the mini health pack. No supports for the moment for Pokerface. Yeah, Simple still has to come back here. So some space at least gained for FM.
Problem is now you have an isolated Genji in a corner with a Brig, and those are not going to be able to set up a true dive on their own. You can already see, look how much damage Doc's taken. He's trying to approach into the objective.
Yeah, that fire truck isn't big enough for a Winston to hide behind. With only 50% on the primal right now. Docs cannot press the issue. Scarlet pressed into fine powder as Proud smashes him across the face with a railgun. And now, I mean, FM, they're trying to step up. Right, they got Gurio, Slime, and Docs here, but that leaves KHD out in the open, and there's no way that FM can siege from this room currently. Finale just dives in to the top of it, gets rid of Gurio, and slowly the dominoes fall.
I was not convinced by the Soldier yesterday, and I dislike it even more today. The problem with the Soldier, right, is again the problem with actually most compositions that run a player like Soldier. Is that there's not a lot of burst damage, and it means that Pokerface have the advantage not just in sort of sustained damage with the Echo. They have burst opportunity in the Echo and the Sojourn. So even if you try and like kind of poke them out, they will win that fight, and then they will beat you just when they have the rail up or they have the focusing beam up.
FM need to win such a long war of attrition. The only burst they have is the blade. Scarlet able to make one happen. Beautiful little deflect there, but can't go chasing after Proud. Has to let Doc do the work instead. Happy, hello? While his team is falling all around him, he's just picking up one by one. Ain't afraid. Don't need supports or DPS. He'll do it himself. Okay, Finale gets to help a little.
What an expensive fight that was really never won by FM. Sure, the blade was flashy on that first pick, but you weren't able to chase down any further players. And all the while, Peppy gets nanoed, copied, and they use the Captive Sun on top of it all. While you lose that war of attrition, you end up being in a worse position to be backed up. And Pokerface in last fight here, 50 seconds, have every tool they need to close this one down.
Rally to try and hard force the objective. Oh, what a sleep. It does get woken up, though. Doc's back in the... Oh, no, it doesn't. UI glitch. He's not in the fray. He'll be in the fray now. Scarlet, not so much. Though Docs is making things happen. Happy. Yeah, that nano doesn't last long enough. It was just a duplicated one. Gurio trying to give him the runaround here. And now the reinforcements come in from FM. Slowly, they're hunting down these stragglers. But again, this war of attrition, how long will it take? Eventually, FM have seemed to stabilize. Only 15 seconds as they cap and go into the second point.
the hero of this play is actually Nox, who uses Primal Rage to shut down 2 ultimates. Even though he gets slept, he did his job and got rid of the overclock from Proud, and then on top of that, he duplicated Ana rather, spent more time kind of handling, was focusing on Winston more than anything else. And so yeah, Winston absolutely finding value there. 1 fight out of 5, though, is not going to expel well for the rest of this map, so we'll see how well they're able to close it out here.
They won't even get 5 more unless they can make this next one count. Karu getting run down. No way to assist the Ana there. The question is, will it cost Dox a lot? Oh man, Peppy's trying to move forward. He's got a Gravitic Flux in his pocket, but with so many down, I don't feel like this is going to be one of the crazy clutches. Although, maybe it will. He gets rid of Dox. Hold on. 5 HP, 5! Kinetic Grasp, he gets behind a wall. Scarlet's going forward, trying to chase him down, and Deflect desperately wants to get rid of Peppy and eventually does. A Blade at the ready. Scarlet doesn't want to use it now, though. Instead, we'll save it for one more fight on second.
Scarlet has absolutely become on one on this map. An absolute carry performance. Oh.
You know, that's the only reason the Soldier 76 is somewhat viable, is because it's Gurio at the helm of it. The dude looks like he's got Tac Visor on all the time. Here comes Finale. He'll get rid of that problem before getting put to bed for a quick nap. He's trying to charge in over to the Orisa now. And Poker Face get rid of all the map control. FM took so much for them to garner.
And I mean, here is a disaster territory for FM. They desync the Nano Blade, which means that Scarlet, as good as he has been mechanically in the neutral, is going to struggle to find value out of the Dragon Blade. And I think now, even with the Orisa is a good pick. You can't just dive them down on the Winston any further. FM, despite having ultimates this last fight, it feels like that they just won't have the punching power to get through the HP sustain Poker Face has at their beck and call.
40 seconds remain. At least 2 fights to take. Scarlet needs something now. Here comes Finale into the backline, going for the duplicate, slept out of it, and Peppy charging all the way into enemy territory. That Javelin spin only works one way, buddy. An over-investment, an over-aggression from Poker Face, and it's promptly punished.
There's a misstep. Phase 2. Kind of just fumble a fight there. Finale misses every shot before the duplicate gets slept instantly, so great heads up play by KHD, and yeah, Peppy tries to play Gatekeeper, instead gets taken down. Last fight though, Poker Face will have a recontest. They will have the overclock, and I think Simple should be able to build back to his Craft of Sun.
So much available for FM though. Scarlet using the blade to chase down the backline. Karu falls. Now Proud's on the menu. Scarlet picking himself up, effectively a 2-piece there. Just have to be a little bit careful. Still 3 standing strong, a Terra Surge and a Captive Sun. Nothing quite comes out of it. Poker Face, they've invested all they can. 3 ults dumped into this fight, but in overtime, FM are looking to charge into the last stages of the map. It's been a slog, but they're not done with their attack just yet.
Tremendous stuff from FM. One of the hard things about being a new team, or being a less experienced team coming in against a team as strong as Poker Face, is the fact that confidence plays a big part of it, right? Especially after getting iced out so badly on the first objective. To be able to kind of acknowledge the overstep that Poker Face made and then punish them for it is a big deal. Remember I said that Blade is going to have a hard time without the Nano? Well, KHD built up to one very quickly and put them and solved that problem very, very easily. Now Poker Face, despite having a minute left, they've given up so much of the map that they did not expect to. FM are really, really pleased with the performance that's happened.
That was a nice anti from Karu, forcing Dox back. Didn't want to have pop the Primal so early. Wants to invest a little bit further. Scarlet not going to be able to dive into the backline with him, though. So Dox, again, opting to save the Primal and just try to go for a soft reset. Poker Face are forcing the issue, though. They won't let FM get away, and with 30 seconds left, it'll be a dire final fight.
Tell the difference between these two teams. At their best, Poker Face is clearly 5 steps ahead. The problem is that Poker Face at times has understood that they're so far ahead and has just made furious plays that they think they can get away with. And FM has punished it. Now with 13 seconds left, it may have been that they've run out of runway. Poker Face has both support ultimates and the Dragon Blade. This should be a closeout by Poker Face.
Hard to imagine something doesn't happen here. Scarlet's been flashing with the blade, but now it's Finale's turn. Couldn't quite find Gurio to start, but a nice pick on KHD gives him the opportunity to go for the other support. Yeah, FM, they're not doing half bad themselves. Tactical... Oh no, it's not a tactical visor. Again, it's just Gurio. Nano for him, but he can't make it all happen. Scarlet chasing up into the air, but expelled away from Simple. and Docs will not stand for long. Honestly, though, considering how much of a problem both first and second were for FM, can't be unhappy with that push.
No, you're very pleased if you're FM with that push. And I think actually genuinely an improvement over yesterday's performance against Revival, too. Yesterday, their fights looked a little labored and struggled to identify targets they wanted to chase down. I recall, right, Scarlet using the Nano Blade yesterday and running into a Zarya with both bubbles up and just not finding any value here on Midtown. Now, though, on this map, the target selection has been impeccable. And in large part, once they broke through first point, they were able to make it this far. And the shoe's on the other foot now, right? Poker Face, they were expected to full hold. They looked like they were going to full hold with how dominant their performance was on A. And they just kept giving up points on the map. Again, in large part due to their own overconfidence in approaching some of the fights that FM punished them for.
Yeah, that one fight where the Orisa was charging essentially into the enemy spawn was bizarre. I know Pepe had a pretty great map, don't get me wrong, or at least has thus far. Not 1v9ing charging headlong into the enemy though. Not so much. Back to the Sigma now for Pepe and Poker Face.
Uriel has to be really careful. That burst damage conversation is definitely a factor here. And can only run away so far. You don't have nearly as much space control if you run the Sigma. Okay. Pepe's not known for his Winston. Good. He is not on his Winston. Good.
Yeah, that would have been a bizarre decision. I mean, this one's still a little bit odd. We've seen some Orisa comps try to attack the second point. The problem I always have is really slow. It can be such a long rotation to try and get from the train car into the side room, into the into the mega pack room, and then out onto the point. And by the time you're there, you've lost half your team. It's going fine for Poker Face thus far. Oh, no, I mean, that's just spectacular. Doc's not able to get out there. And now it's just a question of what do Poker Face want to kill and how long will it take them to do so. Answer to both of those things, everything, and not very long.
We are on the same track, as I had the same thought in my brain. Said the same way. Is there a recontest?
Only took us 4 years to finally get on the same page, LeVon.
Dox is posturing for a recontest. No, okay, surely no.
No. I mean, Gurio was, in, I don't know, what's really far from New York? He was in Los Angeles, sure, we'll go with that. He was very far away from the objective, that's what I was trying to get at. So instead, it'll be a 5-minute plus time bank here for Poker Face going into the second objective. Finale, a little bit isolated. I think he's going to lose this. Yeah, Scarlet was full health. So, Finale, not having too much fun there. And Simple, a little bit caught out. Docs trying to come down and get rid of that enemy Uyari, or at least force Simple back. Problem is, without Finale, there's not much of a way to really remove Docs and Scarlet from these positions of power that they sit on.
The question is, can you keep the part moving? Because eventually they will have to reset.
Oh my, okay, well, Nano invested here. Doc's not able to get much out of it, though, and Slime's having a tough time just tanking Pepe's damage. Docs and KHD trying to get in the enemy backline. They'll get rid of both of the supports, so now if they can keep their own alive, they should be nice and dandy for the rest of this fight. Scarlet confused as to where he wants to focus, but eventually will berate Finale to exit the fight.
Very passive face here, waiting for your supports to respawn. And the Winston and the Genji getting caught up here. Ooh, Scarlet has to be so careful.
Trying to dive in. Primal. Oh my word. He hung on to low health for so long in that bubble. Now is trying to get rid of Proud, but no, will be healed up and expelled from the enemy position. That does force the Nano out though, so that's not available for Finale now. For him to try and pull out this blade instead of Bob. Oh no, it doesn't make it to the high ground. 2 ults invested, 3 from Poker Face, and not a thing gained. Meanwhile, Scarlet's just carving up the back line and doing a phenomenal job at it.
What a fantastic blade there from Scarlet to close that one out. But again, a misplay by Poker Face. I mean, I saw what Proud was trying to do, jump up to force the bomb in the air. Instead, it goes down below the Midtown tunnel. All of a sudden, I mean, it's looking a little bit dicey for Poker Face. It feels like they don't have any way to actually get in. Speaking of in, FM just heading directly to the spawn here.
I mean, Doc does get speared into a wall there. But there's so much space for Poker Face to try and make up right now. Scarlet's not afraid to just dance around here. If he dies, he'll be back in plenty of time for the real fight, and he actually lets the rest of his team get away.
I want to tell the flex DPS and tank players that the opponent spawn on the attacker spawn on Midtown is not a great place to be.
I mean, it costs FM a lot less than it costs Poker Face to be there, though.
Yeah.
Crowd now up on the high ground. Dox doesn't like that. He'll try to get rid of it. Nano in hand a little bit late. And Nano comes as Dox lands, and Proud was already out of danger. Simple using the captive stun and keeping his support duo alive, too. Deep dive from FM, but it ends up being a 1-for-1. Peppy doesn't have the opportunity to double back to the high ground because he's on the Orisa, though. So Simple and Karu just have to look at each other and try to heal. Finale needs to pressure this backline, so good job pulling out the blade and cutting up a couple of FM.
Man, that is an unbelievable blade from Finale. One good turn deserves another, I suppose. You're not done here.
Now has a Nano. Oh, my word. Only barely survives there because of the ante thrown out by KHD, but he will be able to keep himself in the fray. Finale desperately trying to get rid of Scarlet. Scarlet's movement's so good, though. We highlighted it yesterday. Eventually falls, and that is the second point going over. FM, they fought valiantly on this defense, but it's looking to be all in vain.
I mean,
okay, I thought Gurio was going to get chased there.
The thing is, if those eliminations had come through, that would have been the game over for FM here on map 2. Instead, it is a possibility, a chance to reset. Not a big one. They will likely have to overspend, but a chance nonetheless.
3 minutes to hold mere
Someone touch.
For Poker Face. Scarlet's there. Dox has a primal. Okay, the touch will come through. A Bob chucked into the backline though, and with Scarlet already down, he didn't even get his blade out. Gurio, it's all on you. Tack visor like aim, tack visor literal aim, and he'll manage to clean up a couple. Peppy's stuck out in no man's land, won't be able to do much more. But so many more fights to win just like that.
One saving grace is that they don't actually have to use the Nano in that one, and Scarlet is forced to keep the blade in the back pocket. The opportunity to get this map back for FM is slim. It's going to require winning a Nano Blade fight cleanly while getting ultimates away from Poker Face and then kind of rotating your own back into contention. However, that is a very, very small window, and one that seems to have vanished already.
All the focus there. I mean, Scarlet eventually finds his mark despite an energy javelin, a coach gun, an attempted sleep. Will not be denied.
Well, there are 2 minutes left, and Poker Face lost that fight so quickly that they did not feel the need to actually use any resources. The play for Poker Face now is generate 5, dump them all at once, and have FM just have to force a touch, right? A single pickoff here is going to be an absolute disaster, and they have nothing. There is absolutely no resources for FM. It is all neutral from here on out.
FM have been spending these ults on food to survive, but now they don't got enough money for rent. Poker Face looking to a victim here. Parasurge in the pocket. It's hard to even stand on the objective when Peppy has that at the ready. And even if you do go to the objective, Captive Sun looking for a target. It'll focus on Slime, but won't be able to finish him off. An overinvestment on the timing there. Okay, Simple, Finale, they'll get it done. It was labored. A Poker Face are up 2-0.
It does not matter in the annals of history, Paul. They will take the victory. It will be a 2-0. It will be match point. And now FM, they make it close. They put other teams on notice, sure. But for this particular one, it has not gotten easier. They head to map number 3. Boy, they are looking for something, anything to actually go in their favor confidently this series.
And you know, when it was looking like there was a chance that FM were going to hold on that second point and maybe force Poker Face out of their comfort zone a little, even then I was a little bit worried because, you know, that was when we were playing around with Peppy's hero pool. He's not winning the Sigma that he clearly got subbed in. Oh, I just punched my mic stand. Ow. Clearly got subbed in to want to play, right? And then I was like, okay, sure, you forced Poker Face to be uncomfortable and you still lost. So now what's the game plan, right?
Well, we head to Flashpoint next, and if there's ever a time where Scarlet can really be unleashed, I think it is going to be on this map type. And I think the biggest change is going to have to be Scarlet. You are the carry player for FM, and you have to play like it. And I think for the other thing too is that for Poker Face, they now recognize that Scarlet was on one on Midtown. Expect the pressure to be dialed up on that flex DPS just ever so much more. And now the question for FM to turn this one around is, can they keep Scarlet in play? Poker Face, the shutdown is very much in conversation.
You know, against other Genjis, I would trust Scarlet. He was even getting the better of Finale at times, but Finale still more than consistent enough, and his DPS duo across the, you know, to the side of him, I guess. Not across him, but to the side of him. Proud is still doing really well, even when Bobs go the wrong direction. Proud is hitting all the shots he needs to, and Gurio's hit scan pool is looking like more of a curse than a benefit at this point, right? You know, we've seen a lot of Soldier, we've seen some Tracer's not really his thing either, so a lot of questions for FM will have to be answered when we go to Flashpoint after a break. FM with some great moments and great blades on map number 2, but great isn't enough when you're going up against the best, which is what Poker Face are seeming to be in our fall series. They've 3-0'd yesterday or Monday or whatever it was, and today it's looking like a pretty similar story. Taking no prisoners, Poker Face. We go on to Flashpoint next.
You go on to Flashpoint next, and I think the one thing here is that, I mean, we talked about this at the top of the second map, right? Where it's like, okay, you don't really have any confidence coming in when you're forced to play mirror and you get beaten in your mirror on the composition that is out of meta, right? Then you come in, you force Poker Face onto the back foot for a little bit, for a couple points, but it feels labored, right? And now, you know, to put it in perspective, Midtown was closer. It still wasn't close. There were still 2 minutes left when they completed the map. So it's not done and dusted yet. We do head to Flashpoint. This is an oft-made point made by virtue of experience, but this is the point, the map, that can be taken away by a team that is struggling because of how chaotic it is. Part of that is because of how fast the map is, right? The point captures so much more quickly than control. The second, of course, is that they are new maps, and so not everything has been cemented. They are not solved in terms of how you want to approach them, and there we go. We get a look at what of the 2 maps it is. It is going to be New Junk City. Not really a surprise. This is what was the map that actually was won yesterday by FM, so not a surprise if we go here.
No surprise at all. It'll only be surprising if FM manages to swing this one. Poker Face really not interested in giving up maps here. It seems to me, you know, they've gone first both the days that they've played, and they've 3-0'd really quickly. It seems to me that they have somewhere to be. You know, they got
second round of playoffs.
Somewhere.
Second round of playoffs.
I guess. We do see that New Junk City is one of those maps where mobility compositions are a little bit more common, right? So that Winston, undoubtedly coming back into the mix here for FM. Some swaps in for Poker Face, Muse, Valentine, Lego, they all come back in here because turns out Poker Face actually want to play the Zarya.
Actually, the Reaper here is a big look, and I mean, we've seen Reaper in the Zarya, but Reaper and Zarya go well together. I do think the Reaper here instead of the Genji is interesting, notably because they know it's going to be a Winston on the opposite side. Right? Genji is very good, but can be pressured out by that tank layer. So this way, we expect to see a head-to-head battle between the tanks, and you expect to see Valentine in with Muse, trying to just pressure Doc down.
I think I would have liked to have seen Gurio actually save that disruption field to something a little bit more aggressive. That slow is so important, and now it's not there to keep Poker Face at bay. Look, I mean, Dox has to try and dive in, and Scarlet's not really getting much. Crowd with a nice pickup on Slime, too, and it's over before it really begins. I don't know about that TP, Valentine. You deserve to go down there, but it's Poker Face at the end of the day either way.
Well, here's an interesting, I think, juxtaposition between how this comp is played by Poker Face and how it was played yesterday versus by Revival, right? And I think it's educational, if only because FM, this is a very similar comp to what they saw yesterday. The difference is they weren't able to get in on the backline. Look how passively Lego and Simple are playing, just so out of out of the area to kind of find value. That just allows Muse and Valentine to take space. Fox is dead.
This is Lego and Simple actually on their 2 best characters, right? Simple is a flex support, does kind of play it all, but back when he was on Uprising Academy last year, back when everyone was like, oh my word, Simple is the truth, it was this Kiriko that he was really feasting with. KHD historically has performed best on Ana, so things get a little bit uncomfortable in the backline here for FM going into this. Obviously, Slime Crazy, you knew that already.
Speaking of just how chaotic we're in last fight on first point.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush is traded, but a grab locks up Dox, and he doesn't have even halfway to a primal by the time that comes out. Unbelievable Poker Face. Again, just not interested in giving FM a chance.
And here's where I think FM needs to start considering, hey, maybe change things up. It is on Arena as our first point, so maybe it's a little bit different as we head into, this looks like a junkyard. Yeah. Oh no, that's not the change I meant. No.
Took you a second to process it. The Doomfist Dox coming out here. This was something he played a little bit of yesterday. It didn't work well then, and I don't think it's going to work too well against Poker Face either. Although Gurio with a nice shot on Lego. That's an opening. Muse is easier to pin down now. So Proud using the overclock, trying to isolate and separate FM. Not able to pick off anyone, though. Gurio gets up to a high ground with an overclock of his own. Valentine with another ambitious TP. Manages to get behind, though, this time. And that gives Proud his opening to charge forward. Muse just keeping Gurio and Dox at bay, too. He's such high energy. Dox can't stand next to him for long. Beat being thrown in for just 2 players. Slime says it's winnable, but is that actually the case? No. No, not at all. A few % gained for FM. Dox will hang around till about 25, but no more than that.
I think trading the most expensive ultimate in the game for 4% of a flashpoint is actually a good trade.
Worth.
I mean,
in case anyone, that's sarcasm.
Ooh, all right, another good
good pick, though. No sarcasm needed.
So we saw how this fight looked last time. Even a pick up on Lego.
You can see Valentine was trying to do the solo Q Reaper move. Bro, you can't just walk at him. That's Gurio. He's got an Overwatch League title, and Scarlet's got his back. A blade out and a pretty easy fight win for FM.
Okay, this is the sort of calculus of Overwatch. What is a fight? And the question...
Calculus, that's philosophy.
Hold on. When do you start counting when a fight starts and ends? A lot of times first pick is a big one. This is now back-to-back times where Gurio has found the Lucio and ended it before it even began.
Dox trying to do the same thing with Proud that time around. Kitsune Rush used now, but a grab locks them up, and Muse is happy to farm all that damage coming from the Kitsune Rush into his bubbles. 2 quick fights, but they flip either way, and we'll get one more here.
And now, I mean, this feels like it's over on this point again for FM, unless Gurio and Scarlet have to pull magic just somewhere, right? There is no ultimates to speak of, and for Poker Face, big one is Lego. The sound barrier needs to be used here, and that will close out the point.
Lego, whatever you do, don't peek Gurio this time. Just keep your head down, buddy. Okay, he's in a much safer position now. Although Scarlet's trying to make his way through the center of the map and find Lego. Lego down to half health, but manages to get rid of Scarlet with some help and retreat to safety here. Dox gets a touch on the objective, so FM technically have a chance, but that chance is dwindling. Gurio, the only one trying to keep the odds of it alive, but no, with Dox falling, there's just no way to even touch the point. That's second for Poker Face.
And I mean, you're gonna get a very staggered pick. Solo death loss could be funny.
It would have been funny.
Fortunately, amusement is not really what Poker Face
How
are
dare they
going
try to
for.
win?
Refinery next.
Yeah.
This is problematic for FM because they have to meet Poker Face halfway. Wait, where? They just kind of let that, like ships in the night, just kind of wave at each other. Oh, this is a powerful Poker Face. I like this a lot.
Poker Face get back to a very solid spot here. I mean, look at the angles that Proud is going to be working with. KHD had no clue what was about to hit him. Gurio bouncing up and down, trying to find something of equal value, but with Valentine right there and bubbled too, there's just no shot. No shot. FM gone once again.
Oh, that was ultimates used for FM too. Ugh. And actually nothing used by Poker Face. Oh no.
This is what we wanted from Poker Face. This is what we expect of them. The team that made it the furthest in the Overwatch League knockouts other than O2 Blast, who don't return to Contenders this season. Poker Face want to be the best. They want to prove they are still the best. That starts with Lego not dying. Okay, there we go. We're good on that one. Manages to get out of there, and Valentine just giving free charge over to Muse. Already has a grab. Is getting tons of energy too. I mean, where do you go here for FM? Scarlet needs something with a blade. He's been a hero for them thus far, but Slime locked up, forced to use the sound barrier. Scarlet, it's now or never, buddy. He's good for one. Lego's down, no beat now for Poker Face in this fight. Chopping at some bubbles and into the air, but it's enough. That Blossom not curving the fight back around either. And just in the nick of time, FMs get back into the game.
That has been a truly spectacular run from FM, and that's with Poker Face investing a lot. 3 ultimates, in fact, by Poker Face. Those Grav, Blossom, and Kitsune. And the big one, the one checkmark that needed to be used and wasn't, Lego gets pulled down by Scarlet. It's not over yet, but still, I mean, not looking great for FM despite that fantastic fight. They still have sound barrier to sustain, and on top of that, FM had nothing to bring to the table.
peel back to Poker Face, know what their openings are and what is not among them. Too much damage, they disengage, and now they come back with an overclock to clear space. And when FM come back up to try and contest the objective, that's when the beat drops. And Scarlet, he doesn't know how to dance to it. AHD, he's trying to dip and dive and jive, but no. Also insufficient. Valiant effort on this third and final point from FM, but it'll be a third and final point in the series for Poker Face in just a matter of moments. Stock's trying to stall, he at least triggers the overtime, but once that block's gone, so is he. And Poker Face is yet another 3-0.
Commanding statements made all the way throughout, as well as Poker Face. I mean, here's the thing, right? It said if you're gonna play the Zarya, you have to be the best. It seems that in this particular meta, Poker Face in Group A is that team to watch out for. And then even when forced to flex over, and I use forced in quotation marks, when given the opportunity to flex over, are more than willing to play your game and beat you at it too. Poker Face have now become, I mean, the team to beat here in Group A. They complete another 3-0. And not only that, by the way, they have only given up in the entirety of their first 2 matches 2 points.
That's insane. That is unbelievable stuff from Poker Face. Look, with that too, I mean, considering both of their first games of 3-0s, not only is playoffs almost a 100% guarantee for them, they would have to not get another map, I think, mathematically, to not make it into playoffs, and then a lot of other things would have to go weirdly. But it's looking pretty likely that they're going to be our first seed now. They already took down the other knockouts team in this group without blinking an eye, without breaking a sweat. Now FM falls. The only real competition on the mantle, you have to imagine, is Zero. We'll see if they're up to the task later on, I believe next week. But first things first, I mean, what a statement here from Poker Face. And with pretty much their whole roster too, right?
Yeah.
You know, Poker Face has one of the larger rosters in Contenders Korea. We see everybody except Spinel today. Phenomenal stuff. I mean, Simple was the only one who played all.
And we said it this in map number 1. There is no one who came in and like, everyone was performing to a very high level, right? Just
What's
a
the
very
highest level was Finale.
The end of it all, I suppose. The pulse bombs on map 1 were spectacular. I mean, there's another. Poor Sly.
I feel like Finale missed the memo. He skipped acts 1 and 2 and went straight to the end. Map 1, he was already putting FM in the ground.
I mean, this is one of the reasons why this map is so, Midtown specifically, is that when you have a player like Finale able to kind of clutch it out in the back pocket, I mean, FM got tasted their own medicine from yesterday, right? Think they've won a fight, and no, you have not. Playing the first 2 maps with ease, and across a wealth of heroes too, right? Not just sort of one trick, which we sometimes see in certain metas. We saw the Echo really strong, the Genji really strong, the Tracer really strong, and so, you know, Finale, I mean, more than earned these honors.
And that's what we wanted to see from Finale. I mean, back all the way in like the Contenders spring stage, right? When Finale was on this team of Poker Face, then he was a hard carry, right? Like a put Finale in or you're not going to win the map kind of carry. Now he's got an even stronger team around him, and he looks so good back in Contenders. Love to have him back. Love for him to be doing so well, and for Poker Face to really be getting what feels like, I don't want to say they deserve, because no one deserves to win anything, right? But what they've earned.
Yes, and that is, I think, the bigger thing here. I mean, talking about Finale, sort of that hyper carry performance. Now he gets to just be. Saying supporting cast is probably underselling him a little bit, but allows him to thrive in an environment that actually makes sense, right? For the first time, I think Poker Face, every player is given just enough space to do what they need to carry, but no more. They don't actually need to do that carrying part because their support partner is there to kind of back them up. And this is something we've seen from Contenders Korea teams in the past. I mean, when everyone has an opportunity to play inside their role, they do so phenomenally well. The last team that we saw do it to such a high level was O2 Blast back in, you know, their flawless days. So
was a couple of different O2 Blasts.
Yes, yes. So to kind of take that mantle, I think, and put themselves in unrivaled territory, not only puts Group A on notice, but really the entirety of the region. I think Poker Face firmly has that that opportunity locked in for them.
Yeah, one knockout team doing great. We'll see how Euphoria and SPG fare against each other when we come back from a quick break. In our match one of the day, Pokerface had quite a few cards up their sleeve. Turns out enough to walk away with every last dollar put down at the table. FM, they're going home broke. Whoever's waiting there ain't gonna be happy that they gambled away all the rent money, but at least FM put up a good fight, as good as a 3-0 can be.
As good as a 3-0 and 2 maps not taking a point. That was the other thing. It was close on that one map, kind of, I guess.
It wasn't. They almost got 2 points on Flashpoint. Anyways, we move on to our second match of the night. It's Euphoria, formerly known as Rhodes, versus Simprissa Gaming. Another head-to-head here like we saw earlier the week. Teams coming back from the Contenders knockouts. Quite a few changes for both of these squads.
Hold on.
Euphoria, what's going on here? Okay, so we got Taejon coming back. Love to see him. Sierra on the roster. Cool. Sunjin, what are you doing on tank? And why have you selected Doomfist?
Well, here's the thing.
I thought it was going to be Zarya.
Sunjin has actually won NA Contenders.
On DPS!
On DPS. Goes back in on the tank role. Okay.
My man's trying to get the Contenders title smorgasbord. He's going to win this season and then move to support next season of Contenders in a different region. What's going on here, Euphoria? I mean, I was excited to see Taejon play again. You know, we haven't seen him. He's really young, so he wasn't able to play in the
he also
knockouts,
Taejon also played in North America last season, too.
That's true. Not quite as successful. And then we move to the other side of things, Simprissa Gaming, a roster we're a little bit more familiar with, at least in the backline and tank roles. Wuchan, Lee Soo-min coming back to this team now. I mean, Lee Soo-min got its start on SPG last year. Then after a not so successful run with the Seoul Dynasty, has gone back to bread and butter. Notably missing from at least the starting lineup, though, are Aid and Although. Instead, Argon coming in and KSJ with, I believe, a Contenders Korea debut.
Yes, this is an interesting lineup, and we'll see. I wonder how much of this is going to be... The thing is, when you move into a new meta, right, maybe their hero picks are just better than their counterparts.
You're telling me that between Argon and KSJ, one of them has a better Genji in their pocket than Although?
Well, SPG are saying that. We'll see how well it turns out once we get into Lijiang Tower.
It's gonna take quite a bit of convincing. Yeah, Lijiang is our first map of the series here. I really just have no idea. I mean, maybe we see, with Lijiang Tower being map 1, maybe we see SPG abandon the meta entirely. Like, Milgaru, first and foremost, is a Wrecking Ball player.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to try and play some wacky Wrecking Ball comps and we see something crazy come out to support him from KSJ and Argon.
The thing, man, think about Milgaru's career. It's been actually fairly recent, too. It's a very young player, just overall, right? Even on a starting roster. Share time last season with Tuyu. Was called in to bring, like, and then when Tuyu was picked up, was called in, played a little bit of Orisa. You know, we obviously saw the Wrecking Ball, some Winston too. It felt uncomfortable off the Wrecking Ball though. And
it felt very uncomfortable.
So now in a meta that really forces your tank to be like a little bit more flexible, how well can SPG hold up? And I mean, also with the fact that it's essentially a debut for KSJ, how are you going to do it against two players that on low ping? Taejong again now playing in Korea. Able to take such aggressive angles that he was famous for the last time he played in Contenders Korea. Doesn't have to play nearly as safe as he did in NA.
Wait, the Doomfist wasn't a bait. He's not even touching the Zarya. He showed it in spawn. That's it. We got Doomfist into the Orisa, but it's good to the Bastion, right? We have seen the Doomfist play into the Bastion pretty consistently on like the Overwatch League patch, right? For like play-ins and stuff.
Yeah.
Unplayable, but you have to accomplish quite a bit with it. Oh! Okay, it's fine. I thought he was gonna get speared off the map, but he's good.
Also, for context, only one player has actually managed to make the Doomfist work in this sort of matchup. That was Gusha on the Spark. So, those are pretty big shoes to fill.
Sunjin just gets farmed, diving way too deep and getting slowed down by the Symmetra turret. Taejon good for one, but we'll need quite a bit more than that to try and flip this around, and already SPG are getting some percent.
Also, another highlight, Wuchan on the main support role, playing the Lucio. Historically, I mean, was a DPS player seasons ago, then moved over to flex support, and now making a debut on main support here on this map.
I mean, I guess with Lee Soo-min back in the mix, you want him on flex more than anything else. Sunjin dancing around the objective, but is really just waving past SPG as he flies around the map. Not accomplishing a whole lot. Taejong, ooh, sees a vulnerable target, and Sunjin rather helps him clean that up. No one now to benefit from this amplification matrix laid down by Lee Soo-min. Garu struggling to hang on to the corner of the map too. I mean, Orisa's still tanky despite some of the nerfs, so with Lee Soo-min still in the backline, yeah, you gotta focus him down before you worry about Garu. Ooh, Sierra back on the Soldier 76, that's quite consistent damage you can pump in, and it's too much for SPG to bear, especially with the Kitsune Rush bolstering Euphoria.
Right, and the Kitsune Rush also solves Soldier's biggest problem, which is burst damage. You get Helix Rocket twice as fast, and of course, that amount of sustain is not capable of being kept up with. So, labored, I think is a fair thing to say about that fight from Euphoria. And the question now is, how well can they hold on to the point? Keep in mind, the Orisa wants to set up shop on the objective. And if Milgaru can do that, then things can go well for them. Euphoria has to prevent that from happening, and I mean, they've done it well so far. Isolated pickoffs back to back.
I mean, hey, you never have to worry about SPG getting to the point if you just kill one of them before they can even think about setting up.
I mean, surely we get a better teleport now from Argon to just kind of bypass this entire crossing phase. Surely.
I mean, even once you do, the problem is that Taejong and Sierra have farmed up quite a bit, and Search has matched Buchon on the sound barrier charge now. Sierra on a pretty tricky angle here too. So not quite getting all the way out, pushed off the edge! Oh yeah, watch Doomfist doesn't have enough mobility to get back up from that one. Taejong has to use the entirety of a blade, just deflecting and eating some damage from KSJ. Things not going so well, and SPG quickly get the point back once they get there.
I mean, here's where it becomes a problem, right? When the Orisa sets up on the point, how do you dislodge her? I mean, coupled with the fact, like, if the blade entirely nullified, Tactical Visor is not going to get anything. I mean, sure, you get a little bit of a Lucio diff, but that's nothing. That's not worth anything but racking right. Like, it really. How does Euphoria get in? Genuinely, how does Euphoria get in? Ant Matrix.
I mean, it feels like they just have to kind of force down the door again, but it's hard to do against the Ant Matrix. Lee Soo-min need to back up. Don't back up too far though, because Sierra's waiting behind you. Immortality Field is gone, and Argon's caught out on the bridge. Nice work from Sierra, who has pincered onto SPG. That was beautifully done in the Kitsune Rush to ensure that Euphoria take the point without a problem.
That's such an expensive fight for Euphoria, though. That's everything they had at the ready. Now they actually have to solve the same problem. Don't let SPG get to the point.
Look, just get another 2 picks. Easy peasy.
Yeah. Well, you know what? In fairness, that is easier said than it was before, because Argon has gone over to Sombra, a character that has been so far in the meta for so long that I'm not entirely sure what the thought process is here.
Hack Sunjin. That's as far as I got. Ooh, nice bit of damage laid down by Sunjin too. No wonder they want to hack him, but the hack doesn't last long enough. Meteor Strike comes in, deals quite a bit of damage, gives him some shield. Is it enough to tank it? Yes! Sunjin gets out just barely, but lets Taejong take the mini pack there. So now Sunjin struggling to find an angle to come back into the fight. Finally gets healed up, but Sierra's already fallen. 99 to 99 we go now. No ults in sight for Euphoria unless Taejong pulls off something miraculous. And here comes the pain from SPG. Beat to charge forward. Terra Surge to get rid of the members on the point. Taejong falls. And Euphoria, hard fought on round number 1, but it will go to SPG instead.
The highs for Euphoria were so very high, but man,
Euphoric?
the lows just aren't something
I have to make a joke once.
At.
Just once, LaFon.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
I have kind of shot really early though on that joke. I mean, this is the first map.
Stop it. Stop it.
Oh man. All right.
The thing about this composition is it's just not consistent. Right?
I will say, Garu looking a little consistent with these energy javelins. Okay, well he missed that one, but he got a good one on like Taejong and Search. I saw.
I dare say, you know what? I'm gonna defend him on that last one. He didn't miss. The wall was in the way.
Wall dived into the way to cover for Sunjin. All right, no changes to either composition other than Sierra picking up a Sojourn.
I like this a lot more. It's just more consistent, right?
Applies a lot of threat to KSJ too. That railgun's a nightmare for a Bastion. But what's more of a nightmare is Stun Police. Sun Chain. Sun City. Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. Energy javelins, dude. Nasty.
Realistically, the composition depends on can Sunjin actually do stuff and survive. And can't be a resource hog either. That's the other thing that's a problem. Is you can't take too many resources from your team, and you still need to find value. Ilgaru is essentially ignored by his teammates. That's opening up. Well, that's a good pickoff.
Yeah, nice pick from Sierra. That gives Victoria at least a chance here. I mean, Taejong just pumping in the damage too. No one's even hardly looking at him to begin. And that turret form doesn't get the follow-up. Or does he? Let's fall here. Taejong trying to do a little bit more and will accomplish quite a bit. Yeah, he charges in, and Euphoria gets the first.
So something we already noticed from round one is that the neutral game from Euphoria just isn't as efficient, right? Because the way this composition has to work is that Sierra, Taejong, and Sunjin have to be on the same page. The target that they dive has to be dead. If it does not, the same from SPG is just going to outlast it. So, I mean, it's a game of inches, and so far, on this point, SPG have done Euphoria have done what they need to shut SPG out.
Hard to insta-kill too. I mean, Immortality Field should have buffered that, but no, Lee Soo-min instead going for the Ant Matrix, trying to turn this 4v5 into a winnable situation. There the Immortality Field goes, and there it falls along with KSJ. Now, I mean, Sierra just laying in the damage with the help of the Kitsune Rush, and Euphoria have taken 2 fights pretty easily.
And I mean, that's what I was talking about in terms of the execution needs to be swift, right? Sunjin goes in, there's enough damage from the rest of the team that the combo of the shot plus punch gives them the elimination. That starts a snowball. We talked about how important first pick is, especially uncontested. Euphoria makes it work. Now they get to generate up to ultimates another first pick. I mean, that feels really rough for SPG here.
SPG struggling to find ways into this point now. At least they have a barrage of ultimates coming up.
Search is also going to be able to generate the sound barrier too. It's so hard for Lucio to generate ult in this comp because he's not surrounded by his entire team, right? Wuchan gets to sit in the entirety of the group.
Early sound barrier there from SPG. No one really contesting them on the objective yet. All those shields will wear away pretty quickly. Although, the damage out of that Terror Surge and a lay sound barrier from Surge, no, that's not going to be enough. Not unless Sierra does something crazy with an overclock. Sunjin trying to at least give him an opening here. But no, veered into the wall, shish kebab, and SPG are now racking the percent up.
Still, I will highlight that
was come on,
very expensive fight from SPG. The blade, Taejong's blade got both the wall from Argon and the sound barrier out without it actually being sort of in a threat, right? So now Euphoria, you can play aggressively with this Meteor Strike and then follow up with the Overclock. No one should die in this. Good.
Sierra comes a little close, but no, Euphoria are doing fine.
I mean, now you have window only, right?
I mean, window's quite a bit when you have Bastion alongside you. Sunjin, that's the wrong way, buddy. You gotta back up when there's that much damage being thrown at you. Now, I mean, SPG, they're just trying to pick up the stragglers here. Search, Taejong nearly caught out.
I do like that Euphoria reset fully, though. Like, they just get out without anyone dying. Yeah. Now, I mean, this is Euphoria's best opportunity in, and it is going to be, the last real fight for this point.
Overclock here. I mean, Wuchen almost falls, but instead Taejong is the first one to drop. That Kitsune Rush laid down for Euphoria to just fortify inside of, and then make their way to the objective. It will get up to 99 here for SPG, but Euphoria give themselves one more lease on Lijiang.
That is not a clean enough fight from Euphoria. That is too slow. It means that SPG are able to generate enough. But this last second contest is going to actually be in favor of SPG. Sound barrier for sustain, the wall to kind of fight through as well. And Euphoria have nothing. And as long as they touch, this should be SPG winning the fight.
And TP gets them there in plenty of time. Photon barrier makes it hard to even coordinate damage for Euphoria. I mean, look at this. Search caught. Oh, that's a lot of damage. The energy javelin misses for once. Nilgaru not able to finish off that Lucio, and Euphoria have buffered a lot of these ults. They've weathered some of the storm. Little sound barrier in the pocket. Narang needs to live. Taejong too. No health back there for him for a moment. And now the beat's laid down. Search flying around, but now he's dead, and there's no sound barrier to help Euphoria stabilize. Narang is down next. Sierra doing what he can. Sunjin just barely getting out of there, but can't stay on the point. And SPG take map number 1.
Excellent stuff there from SPG. Consistency is key, and Hey, they make it work. It's not, I mean, it's not like a very flashy, flawless performance that we're going to speak about, you know, in ages to come. But for SPG, they don't care. They managed to win map number 1, put themselves on an easier, you know, way through as we move into hybrid, right? Now the question is, can Euphoria sustain those elevated levels of play that we've seen from them in portions, in flashes? Not enough to consist their way through the map. But hey, I mean, you know, the team that can win is there. They just make it appear all the time.
And for both of these teams, you know, this is the first match that we've seen them play on this meta, right? Previously, it was the Orisa heavy Bastion meta, right? The one post Sombra for like the knockouts and such. So a bit of a question remains, especially as we go into hybrid. That's where we've seen, I think, the most compositional diversity throughout any of our map types thus far this week. What are the flavors going to look like for either of these teams moving throughout the series? Are we going to keep seeing Sunjin Doomfist, for instance? Those questions will have to be answered when we come back from a break. done with Lijiang Tower. Both our teams decided to try and cook up some interesting home meals. You know, we had normal SPG with a side of new DPS, which, you know, tasted pretty all right. I like the way that settled in my mouth. Had a good aftertaste to it too, right? What got cooked up from Euphoria was anything but I can't make euphoric joke again.
Well, they went for a grilled
anything
cheese.
but
They went for a grilled cheese sandwich and it became carbon, is what happened.
Yeah, a little overcooked there. So now, thankfully, we're going to see some adjustments going into map 2. A lot of substitutions for actually both of these teams. Aiden, although, coming back in for SPG. These are the two extremely experienced DPS players we expect out of this lineup to be playing the majority of the time. And then on the other side of things, Euphoria, I mean, basically just subbing around their entire roster.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I think things get curious. When we get a sense, I mean, heading into hybrid, right? We know that there are only 3 maps. I mean, we know which one it's going to be because of the selection. That it's I think everything but one now has been Midtown, right? As the map selection.
We're what, 5 for 6 now?
Yeah,
We've yet to see Blizzard World. We saw King's Row once.
Yeah. So this is going to be a. I think the tough thing is identifying. For Euphoria, their big issue is that in that first map, just trying to do too much, right? A lot of their composition relied around ultimates. The neutral fights, they had one, I'm gonna say 2 good neutral fights where they were able to kind of clean up very quickly. The problem is, against an Orisa composition, that's not gonna happen very quickly. You're just not going to get opportunities like that very often. And credit to SPG, right? The ability to hold on and deny multiple neutral fights being lost is a tremendous highlight of their support line. And of course, their DPS, I think, held their own too, right? We were wondering how are KSG and Argon going to kind of stack up with, you know, the weight of pressure on them. And I think KSG did a fantastic job. Did what was required of him and never looked out of place.
Yeah, KSJ, great start. Won't be in for map number 2, but I'll be happy to see him return at some point should that Orisa composition become necessary once again for SPG. But as we go into Midtown, it's not super likely to rear its head. Instead, we've seen a lot of Sigma here, and honestly, more Winston than I anticipated coming into this season.
Although, it's a case of sample size, right? Or the Winston.
I suppose. But
one team
actually,
is responsible.
You know, we've seen 2 teams try it.
You're not counting.
Pokerface played a little bit, just a little bit, just a tiny bit.
Yeah, but you're not. It was against them. It doesn't count.
Yeah. I think it counts. I think it does. Agree to disagree on math. What else?
There's a statement. Stats can say whatever you want to say.
Yeah, I'm saying Winston's popular. No, okay, maybe not.
Right.
I mean, maybe it depends though. Like we talk about SPG, we talk about Milgaru and how he's been historically less flexible than we've seen a lot of fellow solo tanks at the very least. Like right now, rolling out on the Orisa, which I just said I really anticipate as a thing. I'm not super in love with May here on the defense for this second point either. This looks like a little bit of an outdated composition from SPG.
Well, here's the thing, right? It's a very front-loaded composition. By the way, you're going to see a lot of subs in the bottom left of your screen as Euphoria roll through their entire...
Sunjin done with the Doomfist experiment, instead on the role that he won NA Contenders with and also played for the Soul Dynasty.
You see the Orisa. I actually do think you should probably go back to this area here.
I mean, Junker Queen just tries to run past it, although fails to get off the Cryo Freeze. But at least Aid makes it good for a trade. Graham trying to make Aid's life a little bit difficult here. Euphoria has taken quite a bit of space and just snuck beneath SPG up by the train card to get rid of Wuchin, who had no way out of that. Now SPG, I mean, they have to come down from this at some point. Although I say that, nobody's actually on the objective for Euphoria right now, and Narang gets completely bodied. Lee Soo-min in a bit of trouble and did have the Immortality Field. It was just a little bit late, so Narang chops through everybody. And Euphoria are going to make their way to the point.
All right, this is the first time where we've seen a team take a fight off the objective in the this season of Contenders 3 and actually end up winning the point. Because this time, Euphoria do the intelligent thing of actually killing the players in the tube, right?
Yeah. They don't just leave them there to come out whenever they feel like playing. Milgar trying to use the javelin spin to get onto the objective, runs in his backline. Ace is in trouble, but not as much trouble as Sunjin. Or actually the same amount of trouble as Sunjin. They're both down. Euphoria aren't going to be able to full cap this, but they get 2 ticks and then some.
Oh man, a game of inches there. It was actually a good play by Sunjin to like bypass the window. Not done yet. They actually want to make this fight happen.
Rampage! That hit some pretty juicy targets. Wu-Chen, no way he's surviving that one. Although stalled some time with the cryo freeze, but what a re-engage!
All right. I mean, I guess SPG thought the fight was over, and Euphoria said, hold on.
Yeah, I mean, Neil Garu died. Gurren makes a beautiful call there.
Really strong read. Now you get to load up. And actually, you know, even more impressive, that's not actually that expensive for Euphoria. Right? Rampage and the Photon Barrier. Man, I got baited by Abe waving hello. It sounded so much like his ultimate.
It really did, honestly. It really did. That's the ultimate. This time from Sunjin. Charging into Wu-Chen. How do you ever survive that? That's just rude, Euphoria. Why weren't we playing this map 1? Okay, disengage beat. An interesting choice. And Minute. Oh, just barely TP's out, but Ace has nowhere to go now. And the range, meanwhile, was falling to Milgaru. Euphoria. I don't think they were on the same page there.
A great recovery from SPG this time, right? As we kind of see that one roll through, Acer making a switch now over to the Kiriko. Hold on, Euphoria. Have they fallen prey to the things are going badly for one fight, so we're switching everything up trap?
Double hit scan, too. Sunjin and Minute here. I mean, both of them are very good at these characters.
The problem is, Minute can't one-shot anything. I mean, the supports, yes, but, like, the supports aren't going to be close enough where that's a big
true,
difference.
Actually. Well, I mean, Milgar's headbox is the side of the size of a barn. As long as you can hit the broad side of a barn, and it should be able to pump damage into Milgar or keep him on the back foot. Wu-Chen is a bit further forward than I would like to see him potentially. Although trying to lock off somebody, but Ace was here to support Sunjin. Whoa, that was nearly all though. Getting his head ripped off too. Wu-Chen in some trouble. He'll have to back away. But Sunjin, you can't fight in close quarters with a Mei for too long. This is getting a little bit silly, guys. How are all of you still alive? Okay, Altho's done with it. He's leaving. He's out of there.
Yeah, that is just a handshake of like both teams saying, all right, we're moving.
That's so much time. An aid. Yeah, now an Ant Matrix. Eats away at Euphoria.
Okay. Wait, hold on. No way they turned this one. No way.
Sunjin finally won it. He finally won the fight with Aldo. Not that it matters. Why are you still here? What is happening?
Sometimes you just get a fight that just devolves, and you know what?
Sometimes everybody decides the 1v1 is more important than the objective. And they do it all at the same time.
Yeah, I do not like this Widow pick. It doesn't.
It hasn't done squat.
It doesn't do anything. Well, it's not that he can't do it. It's not that he hasn't been given the opportunity. It's the Widow literally can do nothing against this Kong. It plays too far away to one-shot anybody.
Yeah, at least the turret one used pretty early here from Cage, so Euphoria they have a chance, especially with Sunjin and an overclock. Yeah, he's pumping the damage in and dodging the artillery adeptly. Milgaru not having too much fun, and Aid will hit the floor next. There we go. Finally, a fast, decisive fight from Euphoria.
That's gonna actually get them the checkpoint here. You'll be able to hold a forward position with your Terra Surge. The big problem is if they allow SPG to get back out into the open, they have the ultimates to make it work. Ooh, now they actually
finally the Widow does something.
Gets in range to get a one-shot headshot. Let's go.
Finally picked off a support after 3 minutes. Let's go. All right, disruptive field. Actually, that's pretty nice for Milgaru to approach here. Okay, well, he approached too far, and the rest of his team was trying to deal with Grem, who sort of just walked past the Blizzard into the backline. Now, good luck touching against a Widowmaker. Although, with a cryo freeze, yeah, he doesn't even want to stay there. He knows he'll get staggered, and the point's already capped.
Okay, now the Widow actually becomes somewhat viable. Is Minute going to change now? It's going to be so funny.
The other thing about this composition, right? Because you're playing double hit scan, right, effectively with Sunjin and Minute, like, what does SPG ever do? Yeah, no, although has to swap to the Genji, because what was a Mei ever going to do in that scenario?
It really did
sit there and get picked off.
It really did feel like a 4v4 with two players kind of just existing, right?
I mean, hey, if it's a 4v4 and one side's getting to pick every once in a blue moon, war of attrition, eventually they'll win. That leaves them only a minute 50 to full cap the map, though, if they want to try and do so. And although already picked up Aster, couldn't quite get out of dodge. That's a bold position for a minute to play in. And Sunjin's not going to be... Actually, Sunjin was in an even bolder position and gets promptly punished.
Now we get back into the form of Overwatch that includes talking about ultimates, because in a final fight, SPG realistically should have everything, right? And you have to kind of favor the defense for that setup, because Euphoria have to play on the objective. So SPG can buy time, play for final fight, and then just, you know, shut out Euphoria when they go for that penultimate fight.
You really need a big overclock here. Sunjin has to be the entry for Euphoria. It's charging forward too. I mean, he wants to take the fight to Sunjin, who's locked in a room where he has no angles. Although it's one back to him, the railgun getting nothing, and then an energy javelin. Finally, Sunjin gets one, and although falls, 5v4 for Euphoria, but can they make it happen? Ant Matrix, where is that? Why are we playing with the tiniest corner there? Euphoria just walk right past it. They're just walking on top all over SPG. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
And that's such a cheap... That's unfortunately for SPG a cheap fight as well for Euphoria. I mean, you said that Sunjin had to be the entry, and happened to be the entry and the exit on that one, and now... I mean, getting into the objective is going to be so difficult. In an open alleyway, everyone is going to be able to shoot down this Ant Matrix. And finally, Minute will have an opportunity to have a potential to deal damage.
All on although now. Hold the line for SPG. He's got to get back here. Aid trying to set him up. Diving onto Sunjin. But although he takes that opening and tears Narangs down. Good work to start this off. And yeah, okay, finally, SPG makes something happen. None too soon as well, as the overtime has been triggered, and Euphoria will not be able to finish the map.
SPG bide their time is the thing there. And the other thing too is Euphoria took too long to take that final fight, right? They just kind of let SPG walk at them. And even though Aid lost that head-to-head in with the overclock, drew so much attention from everybody that although was entirely uncontested with the fight.
Great fight from Graham. I love the call. Hey, Milgaru's down. There's no one to protect their backline from my rampage. I see two of them. I'm going. That's really the only reason that Euphoria even managed to get this far into the map, which is a pretty decent push still.
Yeah, I was going to say, all that being said is that it's rare that we even see the third point, right? The fact of the matter is, Euphoria don't have to have a stellar defense. It's an all right one. And that Midtown tunnel might end up being, the fact that they get past that point, might actually end up being their saving grace because of how much time you can stall off on that objective.
Sure. Okay, Sunjin on the Torbjorn here. Become a rather familiar pick. Nothing too surprising for either side as we load into some Prissa's attack. I do have to say I thoroughly enjoyed the Genji. I mean, as long as Aid can get rid of the nuisance that is the turret. Although we'll be able to make Minute, Aster, and Narang's life very difficult.
I mean, the thing is, though, is there's a lot of damage bypass. So although it can't go in, really, I think that they're not quite sold on this composition.
Little indecisive as to what they want to run, but they'll solidify. They don't want to waste any more time. If they have to take one fight and then lose and then swap, that's better than hanging around by their spawn for 40 seconds.
Well, actually, although
aggressive setup here too from SPG.
Yeah,
They're not contesting the alleyway at all. Although I was able to set up pretty freely and get right next to the objective without anyone even thinking about it. Gets rid of the turret too. Minute now has a very difficult spot. Is trying to play around this fire truck, but no. Aid'll shut that down. Can't look both ways before crossing the street. Even a truck's not good enough to protect you, and Aid good for a second already. Euphoria are falling apart at the seams on this point A defense.
We have never seen a team set up that passively on Midtown A, and that's why. I mean, that's why. Letting in a team that can kind of control space that aggressively and entirely nullify the weakness of the Genji from Aldo, right? The big problem with Aldo is that getting into a position where you can actually deal damage is the hard part for the Genji because of the dynamite, because of the turret kind of pressuring you as you kind of go past. And for some reason, Euphoria just allowed SPG to get into a position of strength.
It's a nice shot, though, from Graham. Aid getting speared by the energy javelin there. Means that Euphoria will be able to stabilize for this choke point. And SPG, I mean, they've got the Ant Matrix in their pocket. That has to be how they open this fight up, but they need to go pretty quickly here. Otherwise, Euphoria will start to mount the ults of their own. Euphoria backing up to all the way to the high ground, just trying to buy some time and see what SPG will invest for every single inch.
Also, a much more dynamic look for you with Minute now on the Sojourn.
Very true, yeah, no, Minute can dive in if he needs to. That Ant Matrix doesn't really give him an opportunity to, though. Not at the players he's been looking at. I mean, it makes Graham's life a little bit difficult, but even after the nerfs, Arish was still very tanky. Acer able to get out of that too, and now an Ant Matrix answered back. Graham, oh, with a much better Terra Surge. Beautifully done. A Molten Core laid down at the feet too. That's a pretty nasty combo, truthfully. Euphoria make it happen.
That is so expensive. 8 ults expended in this sort of handshake of a fight that just went on.
Graham? Okay, he's fine.
The healing Palan's there. He's totally okay. I mean, now it's the hard part though. Dragon Blade just needs to get one. Just needs to get one and then survive. And I think you've got enough to kind of force your way forward.
Although, does have to be a little bit careful about Sunjin, though. Sunjin can get pretty tanky. And there's nothing to really support this blade either. No beat, no nano. So, although if he dives in too aggressively with this blade, he can find himself quickly overwhelmed. Can't afford this blade to get nothing. Instead, he's just putting a lot of pressure in. I mean, I love all the SPG players going to that room and forcing Euphoria back. If they can't control that hallway, they don't want to really stick around on the high ground. Look, Garu is completely isolated here. Sunjin falls. SPG have tried to flip this map. Well, man, it didn't really succeed. They're back where they started. Although, where's the blade, though? I mean, Euphoria are dancing around. A little bit indecisive as to where they want to fight. Here comes the blade. It's good for one already. Diving past the immortality field and eventually gets Aster. That'll be enough. Surely?
Narang stays alive. If Narang stays alive, there is actually a pathway where this hold comes through. Remember, Payload has so far to go.
Oh, that's a nice Ant Matrix there. Graham overextended for how few members of Euphoria were left standing. Whoa, and that's the Ant Matrix thrown in there too, and Overclock as well. I mean, that's a lot of damage on Garu, but you don't have anyone to touch. You don't have anyone to touch. Oh no, Euphoria, they use 2 ults and don't get to the objective.
3 ults. They use 3 ults.
Oh yeah, they use 1 core too. I mean, maybe Sunjin swapping. Swap, please.
Oh no.
Please. Oh, yes.
No.
Sure.
Oh,
They swapped, by the way. It was the other way around.
Yeah.
Sunjin on the Sojourn.
I heard that Euphoria is full of drama, but I did not expect it to be like this.
That's not... Euphoria, the term, is full of drama. Not the team, guys. you gotta be a little careful, Elefon. All right.
I mean, like, you're playing for Final Fight now, but the payload's already halfway to where it needs to go.
Yeah. Needs to be the difference maker. That's a nice start with Aldo falling. Not a nice follow-up with Graham hitting him in the side of the head, and even the Terra Surge doesn't finish here. Oh my. Euphoria, they are quickly running out of steam on this defense.
Okay. Somebody's touched, though.
This is turning into kind of a nightmare. Minute has to dive forward. At least the respawns are really close, and Euphoria will get a chance to set their heels back into the dirt.
They still have nothing. Captive Sun has been entirely invisible in this map. A lot of, I mean, sometimes you expect it. Okay, we'll draw out resources. It hasn't even done that really. So I mean, Euphoria have to find some way to just trade this Captive Sun for the Dragon Blade.
And SPG has so much.
There it is.
This Euphoria. That's a nice pick. Aid falling, and Sunjin good for a second one. Maybe the problem all along on the attack was just who was playing what character. Sunjin barely been on this Widowmaker and already making it look great.
It also helps that the range is a lot shorter here on third, so you actually have... It's actually a threat. I mean, not to discredit Minute, where you're playing that long in sightlines, it's tough for the Widow to do anything these days. All right, not our other ones yet, but we're in final fight territory, or last real fight territory anyway. Although it's been a Miracle Maker before for SPG, we'll have to do it once more. Dragon Blade in the back pocket.
His blades too. Oh, he's so low already though. Has to back up. Milgaru using the Terror Surge there. Immortality Field has to be committed for him, and it just isn't enough. Not against an Ant Matrix. Aid getting one, at least Sunjin falls, but can you really get more than that? Although still holding on to this blade because he knows with that tank, there's no way to finish the map right now.
Like, I do like that stability there from SPG not to overinvest. Right now, the problem now is SPG, they've run out of time. They've taken too long, and they've tried to play this one a little too, daintily. Korea, who have been hanging on by their fingernails at points in this map, are in the final moment going to be able to pressure down, although, I mean, the overclock, you can't just dive in for free, and then these Captive Stun also. If you get tagged by that, you're in so much danger. So, SPG, the win condition is no longer an excellent execution. It is going to have to be flawless from here on out by Although.
Although needs an opening. Someone force the Immortality Field or get Minute or Aster out of position. Overclock ready though. Minute's not waiting any longer. Just chunking damage into Milgaru, forcing him back, but someone has to step back up to the objective. He gets healed just in time, although looking for an angle to approach with this blade. But is being kept at bay by Sunjin, who swapped over to the Tracer. There's a Captive Sun. Only tags on Milgaru, and that's not the ideal target for it. Minute good to finish off Aid, who dies too far forward, and Wu Chen is sent flying with the Energy Javelin. SPG, they fought hard to try and get a 2-0, but they are falling by the waysides now. It will be 1-1 after Midtown.
I mean, the play that needed to win SPG the map ends up not being activated ever, although gets kited out tremendously by Euphoria. And I mean, hey, sometimes a scalpel is what you need, that perfect cut, but sometimes you just need to bring out the baseball bat. Well, SPG never bring either.
The thing about a scalpel is the guy who's using the scalpel in surgery normally has a bunch of other people around the surgery table who are helping him, right? The scalpel's a very precise tool, and in that composition with the Orisa, with, the Baptiste and the Ilyari, who's helping Although with his blades, right? Who is giving him that extra buffer, that little bit of health that you need to have consistent Dragon Blades a lot of the time. Now, although he made stuff happen without it a couple of times, but in order for that to be the win condition when you need it to be, you need perhaps a Zarya bubble?
I mean, the other thing to note too is that you don't need the blade to actually win you the fight. That is just how SPG played the map, right? if you use it to trade resources away, it's done its job. Just for some reason, not willing to take a negative or a suboptimal play to win them out the map. Instead, they play entirely too passive. They'll take the defeat and now end up 1 apiece as we head into a quick break.
second time this week, we're tied up. And after halftime, thankfully, we're going to get at least 2 more maps. We get to see Push again today. I guess second series have been a little bit more consistent on being closer than our first series of the day. We have 1-1 between Euphoria, previously known as Rhodes, and Simprissa Gaming. An odd Midtown after, honestly, a pretty odd Lijiang. It's been a whirlwind of a series thus far, LaFon.
Well, I mean, for the side of Euphoria, they're going to pretend Lijiang Tower didn't.
And SPG are going to pretend, what, that Midtown didn't happen? I mean, I guess if both teams are just equally in denial, right, it works out.
Well, no, the reason why I'm saying is Sinjin Doomfist really. Whereas on Midtown, it was a little bit closer, right? In terms of like the back and forth. I will say, I think SPG's fault on Midtown. Euphoria did a great job of exploiting this, right? It's one thing to say that SPG overstepped or didn't do their job or whatever, but to actually be able to execute on is a different story entirely. But for SPG, the big thing that they kind of their flaw is that on the third point of the end of second where they overinvested, and then the third point where they never invested. They kind of gifted away 2 points, right? So if they can keep that fluctuation more even, hey, maybe this is a 2-0, right? So
that's an if. that's an if to postulate. Pretty big if. Pretty big. The one bright side for SPG is that Flashpoint plays pretty similarly to Control, and because of that, guess how many subs we have for Euphoria? Guess who's on tank? No. It's not Gurem or Hisung, the 2 players they have signed as tank players. No, instead, it will be Sunjin again. So I think we're going to see a little bit more of that Doomfist.
Sunjin has been in the in that Midtown. Was also practicing his Zarya. Too early.
I don't think so. I don't think so. On Widowmaker. I wouldn't say that's similar to Zarya. I wouldn't say it's similar to Doomfist either, but at least Sunjin's shown that one before.
Okay, so
it'll really have to do something special here.
Well, here's the thing. Instead of yes, there we go. Sierra on the Sojourn is what I want to see. Rather than postulating about Sunjin's performance, one of the big issues is that players didn't die when they got that initial dive on map number 1 because of the inconsistent damage of the Soldier. Now with that burst potential, I expect this to be a lot closer, and on top of that, I expect them to ignore Milgaru. The Wrecking Ball is not your target. Focus on the backline of SPG, and then go from there.
And as long as Milgaru's on this Wrecking Ball, it's more difficult for him to provide peel. The Orisa has like the Energy Javelin and Javelin Spin to sort of control Sunjin when he dives in. Milgaru has to really get his timings down. I mean, this is like his hero, right? This is, for a long time, we considered him a one-trick on this hero exactly. Is he able to actually make it happen? I mean, nice knock up onto Narang. Tees up aid for not just 1, but 2. Looking for more as Search flies away. Milgaru help him out with that one. And it's not a half bad first fight from SPG.
Euphoria, once again, are playing the wrong composition for the style that they're playing. You're playing passively, waiting for SPG to aggress onto you instead of going for the elimination. And yeah, now Sunjin is going over the Junker Queen. It just feels like the opposite style of the personnel that they have in play.
It feels very odd to put Sunjin on Junker Queen after we just saw Graham do such a beautiful job on it too. Taejong diving in. Oh, Aid getting such good peel from Wu-Chan and Lee Soo-min. Taejong was alone there for so long. Yeah, no way he was getting out of that. But Sunjin does answer back. Cost him a support though, so he's falling pretty fast, or at least his teammates are. Yeah, he can heal himself up for a while, but it's not enough to get SPG done.
A lot of the time when we critique players, it's because they've showcased, excellence, and our expectations for them are so high. But for Euphoria, I'm just baffled. It does not feel like this is a comfortable look for them, just in general. And right now, who is getting pressured on SPG from the Conflict being rushed?
They have a lot of ults too. I mean,
they're not gonna touch.
Surely a mine. Oh, well, I mean, don't use a minefield now. They didn't get to the point. Euphoria, they don't make it in time. So despite a nice pick, despite the rotation, nothing accomplished there. And now we head off to Palace.
And the one upside to getting that late pick is that you get a better position here. But although it's a fast-moving character and you have minefield to hold down the point, right? Like, even in the best of situation, it still feels awkward.
Not die, Search is still so low. Kitsune Rush used to get rid of SPG. Sierra trying to ram into SPG's lines, but they evade it deftly. Here comes a Rampage. At least it's good for one. Doing some damage, but Sunjin now has a beat and can weather that pretty effectively. Wu-Chan isolated, not going to have nearly as much fun. And Euphoria, make it happen. They'll get this first cap.
One upside to this is that I'm
Eventually,
not entirely sure why we gotta wait around that long, right? You're not winning that fight. You just stagger yourself. Here's where we have to talk about kind of resource investment, right? Euphoria, they're desperate to win that fight. Because again, if they don't, re-aggressing into this is so hard. There's no one you can really pin down. So they had to kind of overspend for that. Now they just have the blade.
I don't think this artillery strike's getting him up. Okay, not quite coordinated perfectly. Milgaru wanted to get a knock up there and tee that up, but it's not going to happen. Instead, the blade's out in the back line. Taejong does have to be a little careful. This is what we were talking about. The blade unassisted. He has to use too much of the deflect per blade time and doesn't manage to get anything. Sierra falls. Sunjin not looking too hot either. And SPG, it wasn't too much of a struggle for them to get back to the point.
I'd like to highlight the only thing that kited that Dragon Blade was the Immortality Field. That was a cooldown for an ultimate.
Immortality Field and a ton of damage.
Oh, tremendous stuff here. Okay, now, I mean, here's where, this is where it slows down even further for Euphoria. I'd like to see them use the Kitsune Rushes on the objective, run it down. The problem is, again, this minefield that Milgaru was holding on. I mean, you expect it, though, now you won't even need to do it.
I mean, I thought he was going to put that one in. Kitsune Rush being used, 4v4, but no Lucio, no way to chase people down. Yeah, I mean, Sunjin and Sierra are stuck in a room with Aldo. Lays a pulse bomb at their feet, nice and tidy.
Oh, that was the Kitsune Rush used as well. That's so tough for Euphoria here, right? I mean, this is going to be final fight on this point. It really is. You're going to get in close, sure, but there's no defensive utility. Once the Suzu is used, Captive Sun is more than free, and that's even assuming you get to the objective with this minefield put down.
I mean, again, does Milgaru even need it? Sierra getting caught off, isolated him, and Taejong not having too much fun, but eventually a headshot rings true. Without a tank, though, how long can you really stay on the objective? Taejong's not even able to get there. Nice displacement from Wu-Chan to avoid even having to stick around in this fight very long.
Really, really well done there by SPG. The kiting, tremendous. I think this is the big thing with this with SPG is that even when they lose players, right? It's not like they lose position on the map. And that has been historically one of the hardest things when you're down an individual early is the fact that you don't have that much presence on the objective. But with the amount of space that Milgaru can handle, that ends up not being a factor at all. And so Warrior are forced to overinvest. They just don't have the time to do that anymore.
Oh, Narang's in a little bit of trouble too. Milgaru back here. Swift Step gets Naranged out of that one. Can Euphoria counterattack? Blade shut down, and I think that's about all that's going to happen for him. An attempt at a Rampage does tag two. Wu-Chan and Aiden in a bit of trouble. Sunjin finishes off the Ilya. Euphoria aren't letting this one go without a fight. Milgaru pulled back too. That's a lot of damage being pumped in. Finally, the Wrecking Ball falls. PG get a couple of percent. They're pumping in an Ant Matrix to try and tee up Aid. Can he lay down the damage? No, not quite. The Ant Matrix not in the optimal position for the rotation Euphoria end up going for. Sierra, that's a little bit too far forward. That's a nice stick. There was no Suzu. And a late beat on to just 3 as SPG have reinforcements arriving. Milgaru, even though he just died, is already back so quickly. Oh, so close for Euphoria. But close ain't enough.
Now, I mean, this was something they invested in, and so with that point never ever actually exiting SPG's hands, it feels like it's going to be final fight right here and now.
Not the late stagger too on Taejong. Sunjin getting hounded here. Okay, just barely survives.
Slowly. Yeah. Real tough situation here for Warrior.
They have to use the overclock. They have to protect Sierra. Sierra needs an angle, needs an opponent, an opportunity. That Immortality Field beautifully placed in the corner by Lee Soo-min. No way to get rid of that, so Aid can just hold the line. So much damage already thrown in. Minefield, artillery, all the explosives for SPG. They light off fireworks to celebrate their anticipated win on Suravasa. They'll go up to match point and get ready to win their first series of the fall series here in Contenders Korea.
For Euphoria, it is a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation now. 2 maps they have played, they have looked lost, uncomfortable even. The third has been their own. And so now the question as we head into map number 4, into push, which Euphoria are we going to see? Is it going to be the high or is it going to be the low?
Is it going to be the Sunjin tank or will it be the Sunjin DPS?
Man.
And I don't know if I've ever seen, I mean, surely once that I just can't think of, an Overwatch team play this consistently with their roles on a player, right? Like, don't get me wrong, there have been tanks who have like swapped for certain metas to, well, support, and then there's been DPS for certain metas who swap to tank, right? Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but normally it's for the meta. Like, oh, this player is just going to be playing tank for this patch. Not this awkward back and forth where Sunjin's playing not only characters he is allegedly, he wants to excel at, I should say, like the Doomfist, but also overlapping hero pools with Gurem, right? It feels awkward for both of them to be running the Junker Queen. It's not as clean as you wanted to see from this team.
It really, really isn't. Well, we'll see if they're able to solve those problems when we return from map number 4 right after this break.
One more chance for Euphoria to try and start their season off on a high note that matches their name. Otherwise, Simprissa Gaming is going to be putting a 1 in the win column for their standings, as well as +2 for their map differential. We're going on to push next, folks. Euphoria, it's been, we say like these, like, oh, it's been up and down, it's been feast or famine. It's really just literally been two different teams. Like, literally speaking. They sub in different tanks, different DPS, even a different support, right? For control, at this point, not a great look. With the Doomfist coming out, and things getting a little bit awkward and weird. I wasn't a fan.
So here's the thing.
Midtown looked good though.
Yeah. Here's the thing, right? Is like critiquing Euphoria is pretty easy because, or correction, critiquing Euphoria from the perspective of the game that we are watching is easy, right?
Yes.
Now, I expect that Euphoria has practiced the Sunjin composition in scrims. That is why they're bringing it out, right? It's not like they're bringing it out just because, like, oh, we feel like putting a DPS on tank.
Haha, it's funny.
It has worked, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. However, sometimes your practice does not survive into the actual game itself. Sometimes the day just happens and your composition is entirely countered. I do not want to see this Doomfist tank player anymore. It's not working, right?
Yeah.
Especially
as we go into push, right? I mean, you just need something a little bit more consistent for a tank from push. You need that constant presence on the objective. We go to Colosseo is the selection by Euphoria for map number 4. I don't think we're going to see a Doomfist here. Call me crazy.
And that's the correct. The biggest results-based analysis, right? But unfortunately, we only have the perspective of the match that we are seeing. Keep in mind, this is the first time that we are seeing Euphoria and Sinprissa play this season, right? So,
on this batch,
all we have to go on is the fact that when the Doomfist is in, Euphoria does not have the capability against this team composition to execute their neutral game efficiently. And that's where SPG has looked the strongest, right? In the neutral against the Doomfist. They have shut that down so thoroughly that it went to a suboptimal Junker Queen composition on Suravasa, and even that didn't work out very well. I think that you need to play a more stable, a little bit more slow game, get Sunjin on DPS, on the hit scan, on the Sojourn, unleash him, play to his strengths, and that is what's going to give Euphoria the best opportunity to force a map number 5.
We do have word that is going to be the case rosters-wise for SPG, although steps out KSJ back in, presumably. Yeah, because we're going to be seeing the Orisa, likely a Bastion to pair with it. On the other side of things, Grem steps back in and Sunjin sidesteps over to the DPS role. Love to see that Junker Queen rear its head again. I think this is an excellent composition for Euphoria based on how good Grem looked earlier.
I think this also plays on Euphoria's strengths, right? Players in their best roles. Just overall, Taejong, his best 2 characters are Genji and Tracer. I don't think we really want to see a Tracer right now. This just allows Euphoria to play a much more up-tempo style and not have to worry about being as clinical with their engages as you have to be on the Doom.
This is an interesting decision here from Aid. Normally we'd see a Sojourn in this spot instead, because KSJ comes back in and it's although who steps out, right? Aid is going to play the Widowmaker and trying to make use of this exceedingly long corridor. Makes use of it pretty phenomenally. Gets rid of Sunjin right off the bat. Taejong trying to loop around the side with Search, but nice shot tees up KSJ to finish that off. And SPG are going to move this bot on up.
I think the strength of your composition is something that, both these teams could take note of on the maps that they lost. Here, what you do is, we already highlighted why the Widow on Midtown wasn't as effective as it can be elsewhere. Here, though, it is a closer quarters environment where the one-shot headshot, just like that, can isolate a fight. And that is now 2 fights in a row where Sunjin gets put down before it even begins, just essentially ends it.
Yeah, my boy's having a rough day. He's a phenomenal player. Played with the Seoul Dynasty earlier this year when they needed a sub. And even won North American Contenders. Sometimes you have a rough day of Overwatch. That's just how it be. But I'm trying to push up, get rid of Neil Garu. Taejong narrowly dodges out of that, but Search not so lucky. How do you ever get back here, too? Aid is a terror.
That is 3 fights in a row that Sunjin has not played the video game.
That's 3 fights in a row where Aid has been pretty much the only person in the lobby playing the video game.
That's checkpoint, by the way. 8 minutes left on the clock. We've all been there. Oh, Sunjin, please.
Oh! Oh, my poor guy. Aid! This is just bullying at this point, dude. That's wrong. Sunjin even swapping over to the Widow. Oh boy, I think he's a little tilted. Good, charging forward, trying to keep his eyes on the prize. And Ice, it's Sune Rush there, and Aid still getting the better of Sunjin. Now focusing on Search. Those two have been in sights all day, but it's a little bit too much this time.
That was
Euphoria, with the help of some ults, do manage to get rid of SPG. And they'll get back to the middle of the map.
5-player rampage from Goodiem that allows that to happen, though. Everyone grouped up, try to take advantage of the amplification matrix. Goodiem times it perfectly to come around the corner so no one could shoot, get that amplified damage, and then everybody's just caught in it. The cleanup is there. Sunjin playing Mystery Heroes on the Tracer. You really need your DPS unlocked to be able to make progress here if you're Euphoria.
Taejong is behind. SPG, they want to not worry about him, want to try and push the issue while Taejong is still too far away to get this blade off. They don't quite manage to get rid of Gurem, though. He tucks into a corner, and SPG can't overextend. Here comes the blade. Taejong, 25 health! And no one steps up to help him. Now the Genji, the blade, your one chance Euphoria is gone unless you pull off something crazy in the neutral. ASJ does fall. That helps. The captive son unleashed back. The sound barrier keeps it at bay. Sunjin trying to just distract Aid. He's been too much of a nightmare to leave in the back of the fight. But once Sunjin goes down, who's helping Gurem? No one! Aid lays into him and then takes down Search. What is left somewhat alone? It's him and Wuchan 2v2. A stalemate.
Here's the thing, a stalemate A favors SPG, but Aid is hitting some absolutely wild shots. You can see how much respect Euphoria is being forced to show to him. The Widow has taken this game entirely under his power. At this point now, you need to start chaining together multiple eliminations on Aid, uncontested, to even have a chance at resetting the mental aspect of this game. The momentum is entirely on SPG's side, even if the bot isn't.
What do you do? What do you do when someone's online like this? Sunjin at least threading the needle onto one. Euphoria still struggling to hold on here. I mean, SPG are making progress. Kitsune Rush laid down, but Euphoria still struggling to turn the corner. Finally, Aid falls a little bit too far forward, and SPG will give up the middle of the map. Finally, Euphoria will get more than a meter.
Here's where the progress starts to come in. Okay, so here's where the game gets changed on its head. Half the time bank is left, but Aid is off the Widowmaker. The terror that was the hit scan has been tamed, if slightly. So Euphoria's biggest enemy right now is themselves. Right? Playing scared will lose them this map and therefore the match. They need to take control of the objective, play around the fact that SPG no longer has that one-shot elimination possible.
Taejong wants to get rid of Lee Soo-min, but that healing pylon up there, just so that Wuchan doesn't have to worry about it. Sunjin good for one. Aid not able to pop a cryo freeze when his head is lopped off by a railgun. This overclock is deadly too. SPG don't really want to try and fight it. KSJ so low, a rampage charging in to finish him off. Immortality field laid down, keeps him up for a sec, but only a sec. Lee Soo-min pretty low too, but Gurem can't quite find him. It'll be Taejong to do it instead. But he's stolen a little bit by Wuchan, but it's superficial damage to the progress.
Now here's, I think the other thing too is now this is a much slower composition from SPG. Any progress that is earned by Euphoria will be more than if they were able to get back to the the fight quicker. So Euphoria, by the way, I've been playing Mystery Heroes for so long that only now it doesn't feel like they're actually in a composition that works.
Wuchan in a little bit of trouble here, needs to hit these shots. Taejong not quite getting the pulse bomb he was hoping for. That would have been likely the checkpoint for Euphoria, but instead, they're struggling on how to approach this one. Wuchan's keeping this angle nice. Gurem charges up to him, but is pushed away. Sunjin and Search fall. Euphoria can't quite extend that far into SPG's position. Not without dying.
Elimination by Wuchan. Sports?
The Taejong and Narang, they can get out of this pretty easily.
Well, yeah, the fact that we can play out of this easily is actually a boon for Euphoria because it means they don't have to fully reset. They can actually just take this fight. You can see SPG, with Wuchan being the first one down, they have to play a lot more passively.
We are down to 3 minutes on the clock, though.
Yeah, that's
Euphoria
exactly.
need to win still a handful of fights. Sune Rush available. You just charge forward. Do you rush into their lines. Yes, especially when Lee Soo-min is not able to lay down an immortality field. Nice work to start this fight off. That's a lot of healing completely by the wayside now. Blizzard's still available, though, so you still need to respect SPG. Oh, yeah, there it is. Aid lobbing it in. Freezes up Gurem. But KSJ not able to actually make use of any of that. Gurem comes back, gets rid of Aid, and now is worried about Milgaru. Nice work from Euphoria. This is what we've been waiting for.
And that's a really cheap fight by Euphoria. Not only do they sidestep the Blizzard with the help of the Suzu Cleanse Gurium, but on top of that, it's only the Kitsune Rush. Now they have the power position on this map, and with them earning the checkpoint, there is actually a very real chance that they can get this, if they win this next fight, they will take the lead. The bot now unlocks to get that animation going.
Clock available. Artillery slid out of the way. Sunjin, can he find the opening? He's laying into Milgaru and keeping the rest of SPG at bay. But you need more than that. There's the Rampage thrown in. KSJ in trouble. Yoink back. Gurem finishes him off and takes an extra shot. But that's your biggest threat eliminated quickly. SPG. Oh! Off the map goes Gurem. Milgaru coming in clutch. Now Euphoria, how do they stay on the objective? How do they get rid of Milgaru? There's not enough pressure and barely enough time. Only 90 seconds remaining for them, and if they get staggered slowly here, there will be hardly a chance in the world they can push us to a map 5.
The thing is that there will be forward spawns for everyone. Narang is going to be the one question mark, and that means that a close fight will happen. And on top of that, now SPG only have one ultimate. This is the fight that is going to be realistically the deciding factor.
Not going to be decided immediately. Taejong, another pulse bomb, just off the mark. KSJ over to the Sojourn now, is tired of getting bullied on the immobile Bastion, wants to instead slide away when Gurem pushes onto him. SPG waiting for Euphoria to step up. That Amp Matrix, though, is one Euphoria can disengage away from. Aid pretty far forward, already having to use the Cryo Freeze to get out of that. An Immortality Field laid down, too. SPG, they're using everything in their bank, but not getting much out of it thus far. Now Euphoria, they can feel the wind changing direction. Aid in a bit of trouble, but he'll at least get rid of Taejong before he falls into a Cryo Freeze too as it comes off cooldown, but eventually does go down. Lee Soo-min is the critical pick. Sunjin doing a great job sliding past most of SPG, getting onto the high ground and getting rid of that Baptiste.
Now we head into the last fight of this map. No matter what happens, before you had to expend, a big pick there. The Kitsune Rush and SPG take over. They're playing to just stop this bot from moving. Blizzard, which has been invisible and escaped multiple times by Euphoria, is going to be the ending here.
Oh, Gurem trying to go for something cheeky. Couldn't quite find a target, but Sunjin has one. Lee Soo-min's down. Captive Sun doesn't do nearly enough, and he's picked out of the air. Gurem on cart. Don't get pushed off the map again, Gurem. Okay, he's stable. He's still alive. Sunjin even evades Milgaru, and that'll be it for the first time this season. 5 maps are on the table.
Euphoria down in the depths of despair at the end of the first fight. 8 minutes left on the clock when the checkpoint was earned by SPG. They buckle down, not after some heroics, I might add. Some mystery heroes played in the meantime, and yet, in the final moments when it all was on the line, clutch out the victory there to force a 5th and final map here in this series.
Better late than never. Figuring out your composition. Excellent stuff by Euphoria. It takes them 4 whole maps, essentially, to figure out what they want to do against that Bastion Orisa that rears its head again in this patch, despite some Orisa nerfs. Phenomenal stuff from Euphoria. I mean, I really got to give credit to Gurem. This Junker Queen has been, it feels like, the difference maker. All of these rampages are something that the composition from SPG really isn't prepared to deal with, right? You think of classic counter picks to the Junker Queen, and it's gonna be the Suzu, the Kiriko. That's absent, and because of that, we head to a map 5. Escort is just around the bend after this break. It finally happened. It's finally happening. We're getting an escort map in our fall series of Contenders Korea. Welcome back, everybody. 2-2, all tied up. Euphoria and SPG have been trading blows all series long. And after a very close map of push that SPG snowballed out of the gate to what was almost an insurmountable lead, it takes a full 8 minutes. But Euphoria in overtime finally elapsed their progress. Because of that, we get one more map.
I do have a map now to point to when someone asks me, if someone captures checkpoint in the first 2 minutes and you come back and win, I have an example.
That's true. We know it's possible now.
Now we move over to Escort. Actually, one of the funniest things about Escort this season is there's actually so many maps to choose from, and we almost never see it. Things like Shambali Monastery enter the map pool again. Well, Route 66 as well.
I'm just glad we're not going to Circuit Royale.
Imagine.
I'd actually, I kind of would have, well, but Nilgaru with Sigma, maybe not. Look, I was thinking Aid Widowmaker and how he was popping off at first on Colosseo. I was kind of feeling it, but instead, we go to a little bit more of a sensible, stable pick. Route 66 for SPG is where they want to try and change things up. And for the first time, we have no subs, no role swaps for Euphoria. The only one subbed in here, KSJ is going to be out, and although comes back in.
Okay, let's. Here's the thing, right? Laying it out on here is Euphoria throughout. Euphoria, the 2 maps they lost so far. They played the Doofus. It looked rough. It looked rough. We already touched on this on Colosseo, of course, but playing to your strengths or playing what you've practiced is very important. But if it's just not working on the day, it's just not working.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that Route 66 is where they want to run, the Goodium look. I think they're going to run the Junker Queen here because that's who they have in, but it feels like a map where you want to be a little bit faster. So we'll see how well Euphoria can adapt to this pickup. They've done really well with Goodium in my opinion, but
I don't mind this for this meta because there's not much. We don't see very many dive compositions in this meta, other than like some teams trying the Doomfist and like that's the Winston, but that's not what SPG are gonna play here. They're gonna stick to that research sim Bastion comp that we saw last patch, and they're gonna try and make that work. And Euphoria, Junker Queen has been their answer. Grim has been their answer for that quite a bit here. SPG do flip the map. That makes things a little bit tricky for Euphoria, especially as their backline is getting beat up a bit. But Sunjin with the first pick. Goodem falling makes this inevitable, though. Euphoria are not going to be able to swing this back. Even if they got 5 picks here, they simply just wouldn't contest the cart long enough. Aid pulls out the turret and gives them a good hosing with bullets.
Yeah, the reason why I think that this is not... I think this is a tough pickup for Euphoria, that this is the map 5 that they have to go to, is because it's a no-win situation for them. Their composition really can't rotate to high at all. Beyond, grouping up and kind of spew. Yeah, exactly. Whereas SPG can just bypass that phase entirely with a teleport. It feels like a rough pick. And so they essentially have to win the fight on first contest, which is easier said than done against a back team.
Search down. You're talking about hard rotation. There's no way you're getting away from May. Because it was in their last match. There's no way you're getting away from Aid, is what I was trying to say. And although Milgaru, not without Lucio, that's just lambs to the slaughter.
This is the tough part of Overwatch. Right? Sometimes you just don't have what is the correct response to what SPG or what your opponents are running. And I mean, it is the correct pick to run the Junker Queen here, because that's what they've won on today, right? It may have come to a point though, the map selection that was against them just was not ever going to be in their wheelhouse.
Still a lot to be done here. I mean, even if these first couple of points are going to be more difficult, because again, that TP and the high ground and all these different angles the Bastion to play in, Euphoria will eventually be able to dig in like a tick to that 3rd point of the map. So the question is more so, can they elapse more time on second than they did on first? 4 minutes and 15 seconds for SPG as they move their way onto the 2nd point of the map. Split position from Euphoria, now split off entirely by the Photon Barrier. I mean, Euphoria, they're all on their own missions here, and Search is the only one who comes up with any goods, and that's not enough to halt SPG.
I mean, you said, oh, what is
Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Daejong, are you swapping? Are you swapping, buddy?
I better see an H key being pressed here.
Tracer?
Please. Just, I don't care what it is. Go Torb.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Well.
Okay.
So we said lose slowly. They did okay with that for that first fight, but now they have nothing to lose slowly with.
And now you're coming out of this tiny choke point against the artillery strike. This is a nightmare. Daejong. Oh, he's dust. There's just no chance, even with a Kitsune Rush. Euphoria. They don't even get to touch the point again. This is gonna be almost 6 minutes of time bank. Or I'm sorry, 5 minutes of time bank going into third.
Well, unlucky.
Sometimes that's all you got. Oh boy. This is where Euphoria have to come alive. Even more so than they did conceptually when we very first started. Are they trying to go out this tiny choke again? They're trying to rotate around the map, but there's still turrets. There's still a Terror Surge, an Amp Matrix. So much damage. How much heavy lifting can this sound barrier do? Gurem pinned into a wall, and his own ult gets nothing because of Wu Chan's beat. Euphoria, at least they're taking fights, lots of fights. If only they lasted longer.
And now we see the Zarya on third and final point. Oh no. Oh no. Euphoria, I mean, hey, saving grace, SPG used everything. We're looking for silver linings. Sunjin almost has an overclock.
Big dark cloud to try and lift with that silver lining. Here comes a TP in. Oh boy, this backline is in some trouble. And only so much an Immortality Field can do here. And Gurem's now left out pretty much high and dry. Daejong has to grab a health pack instead of helping his team, although Gurem doing a decent job of taking a couple down with him. SPG have much further spawns here, so Euphoria will be able to get back in some semblance of time.
Here's the problem. The only real ultimate that's going to be available is the overclock to start this fight, and unfortunately, all those photon barrier will entirely nullify it. We're seeing a lot more horizontal photon barriers as of late, and you know, when you're on one side of the map, you're unable to be supported by anybody on your team when that comes up.
Random lobs of artillery there. That's not a random push though. That's beauty. The one player who had an ult, the overclock used in everything. Sunjin stuck before he could even pull the trigger. Still over 2.5 minutes as SPG sail all the way through Route 66. A couple of last desperate contests, but it doesn't last very long. Neither did Euphoria on their defense, truth be told.
I mean, this is where the philosophical question comes in. Do you go back? You run the high mobility, high ground contest composition that you run?
They can't make role swaps mid-map, so we're not seeing Sunjin Doomfist.
That's what I'm saying at the start of the map. That's the question, right? I do not fault Euphoria for making this call. I really don't. It's great map selection by SPG. I'm giving a ton of credit to SPG for forcing a question that is fundamentally impossible for Euphoria to answer. This is not to say the map is over, right? I think Euphoria will have a fighting chance here on offense, but it is it's a very difficult place to be in. And this is the thing about Loser's Pick that has been, one of the strongest reasons as an argument for it, is this particular setup by SPG heading into Escort.
They've certainly earned the advantage they've garnered going into what might be our final round of the series. SPG not continuing on the Orisa, it seems. Instead, Nilgar going for a more dynamic pick of the Wrecking Ball. Again, a hero he is very comfortable and formidable on, so not too surprising.
But the reason, we said Euphoria have to lose slowly on their defense. SPG can lose slowly on their defense. Right?
Yeah, which is why I maybe would have liked to have seen the Orisa, but I mean, Nilgar has more than adequate sustainability.
I think the reason why the Wrecking Ball makes a ton of sense in terms of losing slowly, if it gets to that point, is how much more difficult it's going to be for Sunjin to actually play the game. He's going to be hit with a knockup, and then when you're in the fight, when you're in the thick of things, to have that happen and then get sprayed down by a Bastion, like there's nothing you can do about it. Even Immortality Field will not save you from that.
I like this swap from Gurdem, though, not committing to the Zarya after you see the Wrecking Ball. I mean, that knife, Gracie, can really be obnoxious. And you get a little bit more consistent damage, especially since it's going to be a bit hard to get value out of the bubbles against a Wrecking Ball, too. I think the Queen makes a good bit of sense. And Search needs to not die early on in these fights. Wu Chan I could have said the same thing for, but Taejong will not give him the chance. Not much contesting going on for SPG. They're a little all over the place. Milgaru on his own mission in the backline. Gurdem does fall, but SPG's so low, it hardly matters.
That is a really clean fight from Euphoria, too. Not giving SPG the opportunity to get that setup that they want to, right? With that knockup into the Bastion. And who cares about the high ground when you kind of force everyone into a fight in close quarters? Excellent stuff from Euphoria.
Although immediately off from A too.
I mean, what are you walling, right?
Yeah, I think it's a great call going on to the Tracer. Making Taejong's life a little bit more difficult. Ant Matrix, pretty hard to contest against that, but a nice corner SPG are holding on to here. Taejong not really able to find an angle either. This Bastion on the high ground is a problem. That's that high ground you were talking about. Milgaru overcommitting to the cart just a tiny bit. Does give Euphoria a chance. They now have a little bit better staying power, or they would if their supports were alive. But instead, although we'll just hunt them down one by one by one. Now why are we throwing in such late ultimates? Gurdem, you're not clutching this 1v4.
And I am not even going to give Euphoria the credit that it pulled out the Ant Matrix from Lee Soo-min. I will not give them. I will not give that as a benefit.
I wouldn't trade an Ant Matrix for a Rampage.
What if it was a shiny?
Dang, got me there.
SPG. I mean, the other thing too is like, looking. This Ant Matrix. This is all about time too, right? Like the time bank has completely
lost
elapsed.
2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, unless Taejong just carves SPG up like a Thanksgiving turkey. Oh, okay. Sunjin could also get one, but he falls immediately afterward. Captive Sun splitting Euphoria as well and making them take cover inside of Big Earls. Graham at least dodges the pulse bomb, so there's that silver lining again. I think it's still a pretty dark storm cloud. Yeah, we need to cut that cloud out of the sky. Taejong doing so pretty well. Eventually, Euphoria will get their hands on this first checkpoint. But it took them almost 3.5 minutes of their time bank.
Now, when we're looking to second phase here, remember this is where losing slowly continues to be sort of a discussion. There is nothing on Euphoria that is going to allow them to snowball through this first fight. There's no guaranteed fight win for them on this. Especially, even when they have ultimates, there's no guaranteed fight win because of how tanky a lot of the players in SPG's side are, right? And trades simply cannot happen. You have to win flawlessly. And without support, without support ultimates rather, in the form of the sound barrier, there's no guarantee that's going to happen. So SPG, all they have to really do is, go down to 30 seconds, and then they give up third point. They're okay with that.
That was almost a perfect pile driver from Milgaru. Height disadvantage, or the height advantage, I should say, not quite playing the way he wanted it to. Euphoria taking so much damage, though, and getting so little card progress for it. There's an Ant Matrix. That'll try and clean SPG off the point, but a deep dive past the window, smashing through it and onto Narang. At least Sunjin will trade this out, so both Baptistes are gone for now. Nice Captive Sun! That's so much damage splashing into Euphoria, and they did not bring their ponchos.
Now we go down to the last 2 minutes. This point, I mean, Euphoria investing too, right? They every fight is a must-win fight for them. 'Cause if they lose, by the way, if they lose this one, they're down to like what, 40 seconds left? Oh, Sunjin forced a recall feels so rough.
Backs very much against the wall here for Euphoria. Sunjin on the Tracer. I mean, this is one of the picks Sunjin made his name on, so if there was ever a time for him to pop off and turn this around, it'd be now. But although doing a little bit better on the Tracer, at least to start this fight off. Losing your Kyoko so early, I mean, this surely has to be a junk fight. Euphoria, can they really hang around inside the saloon and wait for the swift step back? Look, although wants to cut Nerdanged off before he can get in range, a long rotation from Euphoria. They're struggling to regroup. Ooh, that's a nice post bomb! Beautifully done! That's what we've been waiting for. Sunjin with an opening, and that leaves the pressure. Now can Euphoria capitalize? Turret form, not getting much. Graham charges him down, and Sunjin coming back from behind. Getting the flank there, too. Not all done and dusted, though. Euphoria, they can't afford to hemorrhage any more members.
I mean, this is still going to be a recontest available in the last 30 seconds of the point. Nilgaru was at full HP, hovering around the point. There's the minefield in tow as well to make sure that overtime contest is so very difficult. And that's the fact that Taejong's not available yet.
Ooh, the Suzu had to be used pretty early too. Graham so low, just barely getting away, but Euphoria, they barely got 20 health across the board. Okay, Narangs and Graham will manage to disengage, pile back up, and now they can force the objective. A blade, Rampage both in hand. So much damage, and Graham's not prepared. The beat's just a little late. Taejong, he doesn't get squat with the blade. 4 seconds remain, and out Euphoria. It was well fought on this second point, but it just took too long. SPG whittle the time all the way down past 0 and get themselves a map 5 win.
Masterclass from SPG there, all the way from the out-of-game setup to their in-game performance, as they'll take the 5th final map here and to eke out a victory. Close, it must be said. The team that drops from the Owl knockouts here into Contenders Korea, a return to them. And yet a map 5 victory is their opening factor. An unreal performance there on that final map. 2 minutes 40, Paul, on that 3rd point capture.
Summer stage knockouts in the Overwatch League were difficult for Simprissa Gaming. They certainly didn't get nearly as far as they wanted to, finishing off in 7th, 8th place. They hardly even got a chance to strut their stuff against Overwatch League teams. At least they got a win, I think, against the Shanghai Dragons, but still, they hoped for more. Today was a hard-fought series, but they get it done. They make it happen. 1, 3, and 5 is enough for them to add up to a series win. Phenomenal stuff for a team that honestly was one of the teams that didn't really make that many adjustments to their roster coming out of the knockouts either, right? It's really just Lee Soo-min who comes back, but today our player of the match has to be Milgaru.
And Milgaru, I mean, coming in earlier on in SPG, in fact, when they went to the knockouts that first time around, Milgaru was brought in as a substitute player, right, to round out a couple of the picks that he had. The Wrecking Ball, most notably, has added to his hero pool in the form of the Orisa. The real terror is still his signature hero. And I mean, the lockout on Suravasa and then the masterclass on Route 66, really in large part due to the performance in the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, Milgaru is slowly but surely expanding that hero pool, right? When we first saw this guy, 100% ball 1-3. His Wrecking Ball is still phenomenal. I still think it's his best hero, too. But the way he was nailing these energy javelins, look how he chases down Graham. He's very confident on these, I'll say, sustainable, at least hard to get rid of tanks, right? The tanks where he can be where he wants and stay there for a long time. Does a phenomenal job on it. I mean, the way he just pounces on people with the energy javelin, I have to love. Phenomenal stuff. Oh, is this the knock off the map? Yeah. There goes Graham. Great stuff from Milgaru and the rest of SPG. Euphoria, a hard-fought series. One that I think they will learn a lot from, LaFawn.
Yes, and this is actually, maybe this is just a day of thing, right? Where, I mean, listen, they've definitely run that Doomfist before in different situations. It just wasn't quite the mark they were looking for. And I think, the fact that they take 2 maps off of SPG means that even though they lose here, it is not a season-ending performance. There is still very much an opportunity for them to fight for a position in the playoffs. It just requires a little bit of a retooling to get into when they get into those next couple of matches they have next week. But for now, yeah, they'll take lessons from this for sure.
Especially considering that theoretically they still want to beat up on some of these WDG Open teams, right? You just have to be 3rd. So even if Euphoria end up bottom of the 3 teams that come from the knockouts in their group, that'll be enough to get to playoffs. Maybe you can buy yourself that extra, half a week-ish, right? To reformulate some of these plans on Control and Flashpoint. just a couple of wins are necessary, and in your loss, taking it all the way to 5. Again, as much of a silver lining as you can hope for in a game that admittedly was still lost.
I think there's plenty of like positives to take from their performance.
Certainly.
When they won.
I think Grem played phenomenally. I think, Sunjin, when he wasn't getting annihilated by a Widowmaker and when he wasn't playing Doomfist, is still a very formidable play. Again, this guy won NA Contenders and played pretty decently for the Seoul Dynasty when they needed him to. So yeah. we know the skill is there. Sometimes you have an off day though.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of the, even on this 5th map, it really did feel like it just was clearly that they didn't have the comp that they were trying to actually play. The fights they were taking just felt a little awkward at times, and you don't have access to high ground when a mobility composition is against you. You're going to lose that more often than not. So, yeah, definitely a case of needing to learn from mistakes, but I expect them to come back stronger the next time we see them around. Though the story of the day really is SPG.
For sure. And SPG with some new players too, right?
Yes.
Like Argon has dipped his toes into Contenders' career before, and KSJ has technically been on some rosters, but hasn't really gotten any play time. They both looked great when we saw them play today. Argon on the Symmetra, and the Bastion, of course, for the other team. That is going to be our match number 2, rather. We got one more for you, though. Panthera versus Zero after a break. Look, we're gonna do you guys a little bit of a favor. I know you still got tons of time left to earn those Hanzo and Kiriko skins, so we, generous that we are, have one more match for you tonight. Not two, not like our first couple of days. Nah, we're rolling into our final series of the night. It's myself, Possible. That guy's LaFon. And we're about to watch Panthera and Zero.
Well, I mean, hopefully we're gonna watch it. I have so many questions about it. Day one, we didn't really get to watch them that much, right?
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
So I'm hoping, listen, we've already seen that even though this meta is really longest, but there is room for some level of experimentation. I think the Doomfist has clearly been tested by multiple teams. It's not a unique composition to Panthera. The problem is Panthera did not make it look good, but it wasn't against Panthera. Here's hoping against Zero that we have an opportunity to be a little bit more competitive.
I mean, you look across this roster, right? Hidden, Becky, ex-Overwatch League player, Arpen, Aiden, and Slay. These are guys with lots of experience, at least at the Contenders level, if not beyond, right? So you're hoping if they're going to stick to this composition that we don't necessarily expect, we didn't expect to be run at the very least coming into this season, that there's some merit to it. But it'll remain to be seen. Again, Poker Face, we ease off a little. Poker Face are looking pretty scary, so Panthera losing 0-3 to them, maybe not the worst thing in the world. But today, they go against Zero, the winners, the victors of the WDG Open Series, and Panthera cannot afford to drop this match, not against Zero, but Zero are pretty stacked in themselves.
Yeah, I mean, players that you will recognize for sure. Kilo makes his reappearance in Contenders for the first time since his last stint here in Contenders Korea all those seasons ago. And
when he was on O2 Blast when they won their first title.
Yep. Attack also making a reappearance as well. A couple of new faces. Jaewoo did play last season in Contenders Korea. before bowing out. And so another up and coming very young player, Daewoo, alongside Taejong, I think, were the two players that we saw that were like Genji Tracer plotted, young players, new age sort of. And I expect big things from him as we get into.
Yeah. And we're going to be starting off on Antarctic Peninsula. This is the first time we're seeing this map thus far in our fall series. The map ones are all predetermined, folks, so neither team has selected this one. Just end up here by luck of the draw. And I'm interested to see what the meta might end up shaping up here. Because, in previous metas, it's a lot of rush, right?
Well,
we get a lot of rush compositions on this map.
Except for sub-level, right? Sub-level has often been the home of the Winston due to that verticality that kind of almost required. Even if you do play a rush style on sub-level, you often have a poke character along the way. That is an adaptation that I think, of course, when you look at it was a little bit more open. I think we can see a little bit really, and especially considering that I would expect this.
But there's also arguments to be made. Maybe you want to run the Orisa instead, or maybe Arpen will just keep playing the same 3 heroes.
Well, this is sub. This is the one where
that's fair. You know what? I'm not worried about it yet. Well, I'm a little worried about it. I gotta be honest with you. It is going into the Orisa here. We'll see how that goes. We are out into our final match of the night. Interesting comp from Zero. They're running the Orisa, and I don't see a Bastion.
Torbjorn, with the two of them, it's almost...
No, it's not. Fun fact. I don't think that's true. His is down, though. That's a good start. And Becky follows. DPS immediately dropped. Panthera hardly got to play the first fight at all. Interesting stuff here.
Slowing down. We need to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, that's a nice sleep. That'll enable a dive. It is on the Orisa, though. So even with an aim to clean that one up, Astrid and Crescent are going to do more than a fine job. You can fortify, javelin spin, or some cooldowns maybe, forces attack on the back foot for a moment. Arpen dives right on past, too. Says, hey, attack, you're worried about your own life. You're not worried about your supports right now. This trade 1 for 1, but eventually Kilo gets chased down. Becky now on top of Astrid. Astrid trying desperately to dive out of the way, but no such luck there. Up to 30% for Zero, but how much longer can they hold? It'll take a second to get rid of them both with Becky down, but only a couple more seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the thing to kind of highlight there is that, Zero allow Panthera to get individual dived. Crescent was fighting Arpen for a solid, 10 seconds before anything else, before the elimination kind of came through, which leads me to believe that no one was peeling for him to actually, follow up and help the other support. And when you're down a support, then it sort of becomes like a domino effect where the eliminations kind of continue. There it is again, another uncontested dive.
Yeah, I mean, Crescent's dancing around inside that immortality field, but it goes down pretty quickly here. A lot of focus from Panthera, but they don't get much. Jaewoo, he comes back while everybody's looking at Crescent. Nobody's thinking about the Torbjorn. Jaewoo annihilates him.
Hey, there it is.
Yeah, it's 4.
This has gotten a very, the big problem with this competition that they're running is that you cannot allow a player to stand out in the open for too long. Eventually, you'll get pushed. And I like this move over from Kilo to the Sojourn. And just more of a threat. Diving a Sojourn is a lot more difficult than diving a Soldier. Soldier, not really a threat when you're coming in terms of burst damage.
That's some burst damage. Becky already good for Astrid and Kilo. Yeah, you can dive all you want, but you can't get away. Not from this Genji. 3-piece for Becky, looking to clean this up and keep Panthera on the map a little bit, or on the ground, I should say, a little bit longer.
One thing Becky's shown is that some of the best in the world, his Genji is still uncontested. There was a very flawless play. Excellent target selection. There now, though, the problem still lies. Walking together is giving an isolated target.
That's an interesting choice. Pantera are going to use Beat to keep this going. Zero, I mean, man, that Beat just doesn't really get much of anything, does it? I mean, I guess it technically saved you from a Terra Surge, but so much mobility in Panthera's comp. You would have thought they could get out of that one regardless.
Oh boy.
That's a beautiful Ant Matrix 2. Hidden never saw it coming. A Primal to try and displace and keep people away from the window in that damage boost. Now on top of Astrid 2 and gets rid of a very important piece of Zero's composition. They put the point on back with the help of Molten Core. How long can they actually hold this high ground? Still very much controlled by Panthera. Jump down. As you're jumping onto JWoo and attack, at least they're anti though. Beautiful stuff from Slay to give Panthera the last little boost they needed.
Actually, it's the I do think that Panthera has a pretty easy path to close this one out. Ugly as the round kind of has with them. The Nano is going to make you have choices, right? On Arpent to make it a difficult target first, or on the Blade to, you know, make it a lethal combination, and that's with the overclock in the back pocket. So you're gonna need a heroic play from someone here on Zero.
Already Blade getting whipped out. Kilo gets Arpen though, and that Immortality Field does some pretty heavy lifting. Becky trying to chase Kilo down, but no, the overclock puts a stop to it. It isn't good for his own overclock, but running so low on health, but he's still staying alive. Slay focused on keeping up his Sojourn, but the flip goes over to Zero. 90% on the board too, a captive Sun finally giving Zero what they need to rid Panthera from the objective, and even an overtime trigger is gonna be difficult here. Arpen gives his life to get the Wick available. Beat just a hair too late from Aiden. It's not looking good for Panthera. They won't be able to stay on the objective much longer, especially with JWoo focused on Slay. No one getting back to the Ana means Aiden cannot possibly stick around. And Slay finally falls, giving Zero the first round win.
This is the problem when you put all your eggs in one basket. If it gets hided away, it is entirely unusable. And that was that Nano Blade. The problem with the Nano Blade there is that the dash was used to get rid of the Immortality Field. Kilo, I mean, quick on the draw. Both the overclock, yeah, right here. Quick on the draw, the overclock to push away pressure, and then the sliding away when the immortality expires. There's no way that Becky can actually get in. The dash was expended to take down the immortality field, and you know, you're caught out. So again, just a veteran move by a player who's had some of the best in the world look at him in some of the highest pressure situations. Remember, just keeping your cool under your calm under pressure. An easy fight win there for Zero. Watch that point.
You know, on sub level, you think to yourself, oh, the Winston, it's fine. There's so much high ground here. I don't think it was because of the round we were on. I don't think it was because of the two. Pantera's still running the Winston.
Oh,
there is almost no high ground on this point, and they are still running the Winston.
Winston into the Oresis, so it is so, especially in a point like this.
Especially here, man. I mean, Kilo's already gotten hidden. Look how far Arpen has to go from his team. He has to leap all the way over attack into a bunch of people that can just slide away from him. I mean, Kilo hardly felt pressured at all by that dive.
Kilo made it to map 7 in the grand finals. You think he's feeling pressure in a match like this? Not at all. It looks like he's out for a walk in the park.
Does take a little bit of damage, but falls back swiftly. And they're trying to rotate around this composition. And even with this high mobility, it takes so long to do so. And is this even worthwhile staging ground? You're a dive
they're playing for the Kitsune.
Going
they're playing
from
for the Kitsune
low ground.
Well, they're trying to push out with the Kitsune rush here.
I mean, the rush is fine and damage, but it doesn't go far enough to actually get rid of Zero. Look, I mean, Attack and JWoo just stand there, hardly bothered by the Foxes. They just ulted and didn't do anything.
It is really funny to see JWoo 80 strafing while the entirety of Panthera trying to take him down, and then just Crescent Astrid keep him up.
Look at this. Panthera now trying to rotate around back through here where they gave this area up. They decided on their initial approach 40% ago that they didn't want that high ground, but now they're stuck. They've been sitting around, you know, twiddling their thumbs for 40 seconds, and now with Arpen falling, all of this time is sunk into nothing.
Yeah, that is. You've heard of the sunk cost. guess it makes sense that it's in the icebreaker point.
Yeah, something's sinking here, I'll tell you that much.
All right, I mean, you have ultimates. You have 5 of them. Please use them. Realistically, the problem here is that whatever you use, the Molten Core is going to be put on the objective, and it's going to prevent you from that.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Okay, a bit of an early Molten Core, honestly. Trying to deny entry. Becky, again, not quite able to find much of anything with the blade. That immortality field goes down every time, don't you worry. But this is 4 ults Panthera have used. At least they don't go to waste.
I have to be excited about a fight win when it's you, the majority of, literally 100% of your available resources, and it was not a comfortable fight win. Coming back in, I mean, Kilo, who's been a hero already for 0. Gotta think that this overclock is just going to find at least one pick, unravel the sweater, as it were, into the fight win.
And even if it doesn't find a pick, you have Ant Matrix and the Overclock against the Kitsune Rush. It's so hard to stand in the zone for the Kitsune Rush when you're potentially taking that much damage. Panthera, they're going to try and dive deep. Have to get rid of Kilo immediately. But again, that immortality field is a nightmare for them. One click of an E button, and the entire Kitsune Rush is nullified. Ant Matrix gets them back to the objective, and that's the perfect staging ground for Kilo's Overclock. Couldn't quite get hidden. Is actually struggling to find much value at all, but Jaewoo's doing a good job of getting rid of Becky. And as long as Kilo survives and keeps pumping damage into Arpen, doesn't need to be the flashiest Overclock ever. Suzu gets rid of the Pulse Bomb, but no one gets to the point. And Zero with a pretty solid first map win here against Panthera.
I'm going to say it's somewhat anticlimactic last fight, right? It almost felt expected that was the out.
Anticlimactic second point.
Really, just
in all honesty.
Well, I mean, in fairness, Panthera decided to take a coffee break in that archway. Pastries, maybe. Then decided.
This feeds into the worries that we already have, or had for Panthera coming into today. It's a different look, admittedly, right? They're not running the Doomfist, right?
Sure.
But what is Vince to do on Icebreaker? What's Vince supposed to do on Icebreaker, especially?
The other thing too is it felt uncomfortable. Like the target selection just didn't feel. It didn't feel like they had one. It almost felt like they were hunting for their target in the middle of their dive, and that's the way to make that decision. Panthera, the questions continue, and I mean, listen, for Panthera, historically they've struggled on the entry in a meta. Right? It's been tough for them to kind of develop early. They do come online later. The question is, do they have enough runway to pick up space or to pick up speed to take off? In the past, they've had it. Now, well, they're running out of time.
Yeah, no, certainly. I mean, keep in mind, again, you need at least 2 out of 4 wins to comfortably get to third, and they're still hunting for a map win when we come back from a break. Panthera still hunting for a map win after a series and now a first map. Arctic Peninsula didn't go so well for them. You know, they really want to play this Winston composition. They really want to just play dive comps in general, which makes sense considering who's on that team. On sub level, where we expect dive comps to be a little bit stronger with that high ground, it almost worked for Panthera, and they kept running it, and it kind of got right into the ground.
Well,
So now we moved to map 2, and they hope to turn things around.
Well, I mean, the one thing I will also highlight is they are actually still looking for a point to capture. They didn't take one against Poker Face. They did not win one in this most recent on Antarctica. They are still without a point. They are tied.
That's a big oofy.
Yeah.
That's the technical term. All right, we go to map 2 now. Hybrid is going to be Midtown, which makes sense. This is what Panthera selected earlier. Arpen will get subbed out here. Sung-On comes in instead. And we're likely going to be seeing some Sigma from Panthera here instead of these diamonds.
This is such a tough. I think the other thing to kind of bring into consideration is that power level for Panthera is difficult to do. I think they looked better on Midtown in their last game, right? But it was against Poker Face, right? So the problem with it being against Poker Face is I think Poker Face is the expected best team in this group. And to sort of draw any real conclusions is tough. What we do know, at the very least, is that Panthera, when Arpen is in, are most likely going to run dive. Beyond that, I think this performance on Midtown is going to tell us where we should expect Panthera to slot in overall in the standing.
Yeah, for sure. The only other thing here is Aiden will come out and develop in for Panthera, and then it is coming in for Zero. They no longer want to play that sort of double flex support, it seems. Or maybe Hyun will. It's hard to tell. No? Oh, he's swapping around. Okay, there we go. So it is double flex. It's different.
Did Develop play the Iliari the last time, or was it Ana?
Yes. Develop did, because I remember making a comment. I was like, this guy used to play DBS.
Yes, that's right.
So it already makes sense for him.
Yeah. In general, though, Zero continuing to run an Orisa. Huh.
We have seen Attack play the Sigma previously in the history as
and
well,
looked
so
good on it too.
Interesting decision for Zero. The rest of the composition making perfect sense, though.
I actually do think
one concern we did have for Panthera, not to cut you off, but was that their attack here with the Sigma, no Lucio, no dive F players, it was a little bit slow last time. But this time they're giving the alleyway for free. Another passive. This is the second passive setup we've seen on Midtown today, and it gives Panthera that extra angle, that extra bit of pressure to worry about.
Yeah, I do think that the reason this is a passive setup, though, is because they have the Orisa, right? You cannot hold forward with the Sigma.
Makes sense.
Or without the Sigma, rather.
Yeah. Jaewoo does come over and flush that out eventually. Attack stuck in a room where he's a little bit hard to heal, but at least Crescent is on this side of the map for the moment. Tanks an ice pick to the head. That gets out of dodge, manages to survive. Already has the Captive Sun. That's a little bit insane for Crescent here. Develop only up to 80% now. And they're poking and prodding, but really doesn't feel like they're forcing the issue anywhere. Jaewoo, wow, okay. I mean, Jaewoo's getting impatient. Jaewoo's like, guys, I want to fight. Goes down to 20 HP, but survives. And the focusing beam goes straight through the kinetic grasp. Jaewoo, when he wants blood there will be.
And the fact that you're able to burst down a Sigma despite having developed and Sleep both there. What is this?
Whoa. What are we doing? What are we trying to freeze here? That's not the lock. That's not where the food is. You didn't need an ice box. Blizzard just goes there to keep Becky alive for a moment. Yeah, Panthera, at least they're back. They respawn.
Oh my.
Throwing their ults in, but not really getting much for it. Slay falls, and the duplicate keeps Jaewoo alive despite a Captive Sun from Develop. A bizarre approach, and one that cost Panthera 2 minutes.
And ultimates. Right? That's not like it was just a free fight where Zero decided to throw everything in for the sake of it. That was Panthera investing and getting nothing. And now my concern about them being too slow on these fights is not limited to the fact that Poker Face is just a fast-playing team. This feels like Panthera do not know how to approach with this composition. They're not setting themselves up for success.
Desperately need a pick. They need Hidden or Becky to come up with some goods. Jaewoo, meanwhile, getting rid of the healing pylon, making it hard for Panthera to take space. No inching your way up the chessboard for now. Panthera instead continue this game of poking, prodding, hoping for a headshot from Hidden, but even that isn't enough unless the target is softened up beforehand. Jaewoo, he takes some scuffs, but he's always got band-aids ready and available. Hyun and Crescent aren't letting him go anywhere. Okay, this is a nice pinch. Finally, some players isolated. Panthera use a Blizzard to try and take the objective. You need to stand there to take the objective. And Becky's dead. And Slays meets him. Oh my word, Kilo coming alive. Oh, that's 4 already. Do I see a number 5? Do I see 5? 5 picks here for him. Yes, I do.
30 seconds left. I don't want to be a hater, right? Usually, I don't mind playing that role, but right now, this is getting... I can't spend multiple times on Midtown. A map, I might add Panthera selected. Watching an ult hit absolutely 0 people. That's 2 Blizzards that did nothing.
Zero looks so clean, though. Like, the way they dodge back from that, the way that they completely sidestep Panthera's slow approach. This is so good from Jaewoo.
Oh, no.
Oh, and the stun! Energy Javelin! Denying the Gravitic Flux. A desperate Captive Sun. Completely by the wayside. 0. Don't even let a tick go over to Panthera.
And we are still hunting for the first objective captured by Panthera.
It's shaping up to be a bit of a tough season for Panthera thus far.
I mean, Kilo, this guy is...
Man, I miss this guy. How do you even see I didn't even see developed head. That's insane.
That is really, really well done. I mean, credit to Zero, by the way. The one thing about that they've made the adaptation is that this passive setup that they're doing is not at the cost of map control, right? The big thing that we've seen in the past when teams play this passive setup is that they actually lose that entire area in front of the fire truck, right? That the opposing team is just allowed to walk in for free. The one adaptation that Zero has made that is different is that Jaewoo is playing the Echo, right? And as Panthera tries to walk into that open area for free, it's not actually for free because the sticky bombs come in. Hilo's holding an off angle that can pepper them on the way through, and so they never actually get into this, into this crosswalk in front of the fire truck without sustaining damages. And that means you can't set up in the alleyway. It means you can't force out attack. It means that Crescent and Hyun, frankly, were not forced to make difficult plays. They were allowed to just kind of casually exist. And that is, as a support player, that is where you can just do whatever you want, right?
Look at Kilo now. He's felt it so much after that overclock popped off. He's like, yeah, give me the Widowmaker. I'll hit some heads. I'll take him down. This will be done nice and quickly. Oh. Slay lucky that bullet went just inside. Attack even going all the way through the train here. This is an interesting approach, but one that seems to be catching Panthera off guard. They're holding on for now. And then not able to go down and prevent people from entering through the main alleyway, though. It is just shoved off the high ground by the Javelin spin. His shield breaks. His team's low. Hidden has to get the immortality field. And, I mean, Panthera, they need something to punch back. A good shield stopping the energy Javelin that would have been Sung On falling if he hadn't put that shield up at just the right moment. Becky trying to make something happen over here with Develop. Sung On getting rid of Hyun. That makes Zero's life more difficult. Yeah, they don't have enough health to fully sustain this push, but they just need a tick. They just need one tick. Somebody get there. Woo! Okay.
Panthera's heart rate is, well, it's above resting. Let's say that. Oh my word. They're not out of the woods yet. Keep in mind, they lost a bunch of players in that fight, so they're not gonna be fully reset for the setup. And that means Zero can actually walk into this this neutral ground that we've been, talking about so much. Look how vulnerable Develop is.
The Develop's playing with fire here. Buddy, at least he's here to help Becky. Flies his way into safety there. Ant Matrix not really able to be used by Zero either.
Oh.
Speed to Panthera's, but a beautiful shot from Kilo. Off the Widow now onto a more dangerous pick, but Attack left out in the open. No chance for him to coalesce with the rest of his squad, and now Zero are scattered to the winds. They have to try and retreat.
I mean, now it's actually getting a little bit scary. Well, it's getting a little bit scary for Zero here, right? Time is not on their side anymore. They've played too passively for too long, made too many cute plays, and I mean, there's only 1:45 left. This is well within the realm of a hold for Panthera, and as long as they don't overspend ultimates, it's absolutely doable.
Ooh, nice from Develop. Becky forces out the position on the high ground, jumps in with the Blizzard too. Panthera, maybe they're just not an attacking team. You know, they had a pretty solid hold against Poker Face for a while earlier this week. Maybe it's just all about the defense. They want to stay put and give nothing over.
120 is all that is left here, and they still have a ton of tools, right? Blizzard was non-existent on the first map, or the first on the attacking half. Here, that is a fight winner in and of itself.
Quite a duel for 0-2. Not much to really deal with Jwoo if he finds the right angle. He's already wrapped around. Becky, you can see he's up there trying to keep Jwoo from any sort of staging ground. A Captive Sun pulls in Develop. Beautiful work from Attack, not letting Develop get high enough out of that one. A Gravitic Flux in desperation gets over the train car just in time. Some damage dealt, but no one finished off. Kilo does get found by Becky, and still low health bars across Zero. They're not able to get to Hidden either. A Bob on the point too. It's so hard to approach. We're down to 30 seconds, but Attack will plant his feet on the objective. Sogon has to get back here now. You cannot give up even a tick. Crescent falling makes things even more difficult. Jwoo has to be the hero for Zero, but can't manage to get anything done. Now, the overclock out. Kilo, can he do it again? Good for one, but he just can't find another target. There goes Sungon. Oh, Panthera, they butt so hard, but Kilo won't let it slide. One player hidden, desperately hold, but not for long enough. Zero eke their way across the finish line and get themselves a second match.
An unbelievable situation when you need him most. Kilo makes the appearance, a 5 pickup on the defense to confirm the full hold. 4 on the offense in the dying moments of Midtown gives them the victory. Man, Panthera made their presence felt for the defense. Alas, too little, too late, and that offense is there, going to come back to haunt them.
Getting so warm too, like warm and fuzzy. I was like, oh, Panthera, yes! Playing the video game. Becky was controlling Jwoo. Develop and Hidden were playing so well in tandem together. Sungon was holding the line so admirably. But you give Kilo 4 minutes to get just one tick.
Yeah.
We'll make it happen. Kilo will absolutely make it happen.
And I mean, the thing is, you said that, hey, maybe they're a defending team, Panthera. Unfortunately, you don't make any progress in the offense here, not gonna win any games. Still, this is the first signs of life we've seen from this team this season. And maybe they can make a turnaround. Maybe they can make a comeback, right? There is clearly a team that understands how coordination is supposed to happen at this level of gameplay.
We know that Panthera has talent, right?
Yeah.
Across this roster, we know guys like Develop and Hidden and Becky. We know these guys. They're phenomenal players individually. Sometimes you roll into a meta, you know, you said it before, Panthera historically, regardless of roster, have been slow to start in metas sometimes, right? It's certainly been a slow start for them here. They'll have very little time to rev back up when we come back from a break. Panthera still hunting for a point for the fall series. Man, it was such an admirable defense on Midtown, but there's nothing to do when Kilo decides he's not worth Kilo, he's worth Giga. You know?
Ooh.
Yeah, that wasn't one of my best.
That was definitely a reach.
To be honest with you,
that was a reach.
Not one of my best jokes. We go on to map number 3 now. Flashpoint for Panthera to try and turn it around. Yeah, our pen's back in.
And Aiden is as well. This is going to be a dive-ish mobility.
Admittedly, Flashpoint has been the map type in its admittedly very brief history, where dive can often be a little bit more viable, especially if we head to the right selection of the 2 Flashpoint.
I think the issue is really going to come down to execution more than anything else, as it has in, I think, this asymmetric matchup in this patch, right? On Flashpoint. There's so many caveats to that statement. The truth is, if you don't have a proper staging ground for your dive, if you don't find the execution immediately, the dive comp just runs out of steam, right? And you're able to sustain through, which then means that ultimates come online faster for the sustained teams, you know, the rush or sort of the poke styles that have been more favorable, like the Zarya, like the Orisa. And I think the bigger question I have is that for Panthera, even if they're able to make the dive work somewhat, what happens when you don't succeed? Because not all the points on New Junk City or even on Suravasa, you know, not speaking just for this match, just in general, you don't have the flexibility clearly on Panthera in this meta to have those disparate styles. And maybe, sure, the Orisa's not the most, the best pick in terms of its effectiveness, but at least it's good enough across all, you know, all styles that you can make it work.
I mean, I think we've actually seen a lot more Orisa than we have.
Yeah. Actually, aside from Poker Face.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, Poker Face haven't played the Orisa much themselves, but even then, you know, they aren't just like 100% forcing the Zarya.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Aside from that's the thing, right? Aside from Poker Face, everyone else has been playing mostly not Zarya.
Well, I remember JNGK pretty much played strictly Zarya when we saw them earlier this week, but I doubt we'll see any Zarya going into our map number 3, New Junk City. And like I said, our pen's back in, so undoubtedly dive. No changes for Zero, no surprises there. You know, why change things up when things have been going so well?
I also think that, like, man, the problem with Panthera when we kind of talk about them is that you're going to be able to, you're going to point fingers and say, oh, this player's underperforming, or oh, this player's not doing, you know, playing to the heights that we know that, you know, he's capable of. But the truth is it's not an individual problem, right? Because FM, for example, made the Winston work. They didn't win against Poker Face, right? But it wasn't a beatdown, right? It wasn't like a complete stomp when the Winston was played. There was still some level of like, oh, this actually can work, even if it's not the most optimal pickup. I think right now, Panthera is just hunting for a solution in terms of their meta read, right? We saw the Doomfist from them week 1. We're seeing the Winston from them now. And because they're kind of hunting for that pickup, they're not able to set anybody up for success. Becky has not played to the levels that we know he's capable of. There's been flashes of it. The flashes are not going to win you games. Same with Hidden, who we've seen do amazingly in the past. It just feels like everybody on this team is not quite sure what they need to do. And as a result, as a team, they're just not getting anything done.
We head out into New Junk City and on toward the arena now. And Panthera have to find a way to ride the line between meta and comfort. They go back to the Winston. Admittedly, when there was high ground, when there were these objectives where the Winston was exceedingly viable, the one time we've seen it this series, Panthera played Zero rather close. Close isn't enough to win them a map or even a point they're still hunting for. Right now, just posturing. This is among a more difficult point to start on. I think once they get control here, Panthera will be feeling much better. But diving straight into the Orisa around the sides of the arena, not an enviable task. Already 2 falling, and Panthera are sent packing.
I mean, not only do you have to take such an awkward path to get into a position to dive, who do you dive? Right? Like you're not diving. Realistically, Kilo escapes that fight. Jaywu, you're just not diving. That is a very dangerous thing to do. Same with the Orisa.
Oh my word. It's happening.
Oh, hello. Panthera?
Again, onto the Zarya. The prophecy.
But
that
here's
no one foretold.
here's where it gets a little bit tough, though, right? Is that how much practice do they actually have in the Zarya as a team?
And does it even matter? Doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
No.
Oh, and Kilo's killing everybody.
Oh man.
Hey, get some charge.
I mean, we're already 60% done. Right? Like, if they don't start going now,
They're
they're
excited about getting picked off so early as they will get another chance at this. Pretty long rotation around the side they have to make because Zero are so confident right now.
I mean, they're also walking into the captive sun here, and even with that gone, like, you're not close enough to your own resources to force the issue right away.
Yeah, I mean, they just get lapped around this point too. I mean, they have the Lucio, they can eventually catch up to Zero, but as soon as they do, the Ant Matrix comes out and keeps Panthera at bay. We're at 99, a Captive Sun lobbed in, hits 2. Nice sound barrier from Aiden, just in time. Panthera go down to the objective with their Kitsune Rush, and now they come back up to finish off some stragglers. Zero let Panthera survive for too long this time. And finally, Panthera getting some percent.
No support ultimates used in that fight across the board. I suppose all 4. Now it comes down to sustain through, the remaining aggressing factors. I do like that Arpen. Man, this is the power of the Zarya in this meta. Look how quickly he's able to generate ult charge. Right, he's actually doing things.
It's crazy. It's crazy what happens when you play a character that has been buffed. Zero, certainly not out of this. They have quite a bit, including Kilo's overclock. And seeing what he's done with that so far. Nearly gets spammed down. Bubble goes on to him to at least keep him up. The overclock is popped here, but Kilo doesn't have an ideal angle. Shots across the bow, but nobody's head hitting the floor just yet. Here comes a blade. Becky takes Kilo out. That's the #1 threat gone, and honestly, if that's the only pick you get, that's worth it in this fight. Panthera, 93% and Zero are falling. Finally, they'll get themselves a single objective win.
And this is the one thing about Zero that is very tough. They're too slow of a composition that if they lose that fight, they're only getting 2 fights per side of Flashpoint, right? Because of how slowly they get that taken down. So, man, the thing is, we were talking about everybody not being able to play to their heights. Arpen has not played a fantastic Zarya, but the thing is, he doesn't need to. Just gives enough resources to Becky to actually play the game. And this is one of the hard things to talk about in Overwatch is that you don't need to be the best player to have your team succeed. Just give yourself enough of a
Play
chance.
your role right. Already, the Kitsune Rush giving Panthera a chance to cap this objective. Nobody from Zero can get here in time, so now Panthera, all they have to do, even if they lose this fight, is lose slow. Arpen with a grab too. I mean, there's the Ant Matrix. Becky deflecting a lot of that damage back, and even with the bubble, goes past it. Thought about playing for a bit more there, but dashes back out correctly. Arpen is back up to a bubble now, and once again, Becky in the back on top of Kilo. They know who's the threat, and when Becky can play the game, he can stop Kilo in his tracks and then clean up more.
This is not the same Panthera that we've seen the last, 4 maps that they've played? 5 maps that they've played, actually.
This is the caliber of play we expect from such talented individuals. Once they finally bow their head and accept Zarya as their meta savior. Now Zero, I mean, 82%.
Okay, well,
At
sometimes
least Kilo opens up with a pick on Hidden. Now he's able to get around the side of Panthera too. Panthera trying to rotate on him. That's a blade. Oh, just barely gets up to Crescent. The Captive Sun is unleashed, but Becky doesn't allow anything to happen. Becky is coming alive now that he has just the slightest bit of support. And that's 2 points in a row for Panthera.
And no joke, since Arpen has moved to the Zarya, Zero has not won an engagement.
Yeah.
Never mind a fight. They have not won like a head-to-head skirmish.
And now we go to Ducts. Panthera get the way favorable track again.
A quick switch, by the way, attack goes over to Doomfist. Actually, they've made pretty big changes. This is what you like to see from Panthera, though, right? They're making their opponent struggle to kind of decide what they're doing. And
if attack is going to have the same sort of aversion to Zarya that Arpen had for so long, where are we getting value with this Doomfist? What's the dive target? You know, it's not again into the Bastion, which is where we've seen the Doomfist primarily before. So what is Attack going to be accomplishing on this hero? Jwoo annihilated, shot through the spine there as Hidden comes around. Kilo, these overclocks have been good historically this match, but with Becky jumping on top of him and with no angle, there's no chance. Becky is a man on a mission, and that mission is to shut down Kilo.
Now is the question for us to ask about Zero. What is the adaptation? Your Orisa has been...
Flip the script.
Oh my word.
Nice.
This is a... It is unbelievable how much more one-sided this looks on the opposite foot when your player who's good can play the game.
What would Panthera have looked like against Poker Face if they just read the patch notes? Oh, brother. Well, Hidden does fall here. That's an opening Zero or hoping to expand upon, but a grab locks up Kilo. A nano to try and keep him alive, but too much damage. 100 charge on Azaria is so much. Even the damage reduction from the nano is not enough. A brief cap on the objective, but with a blade out, I mean, is there even a chance? Becky a little bit low, but Jwoo and Attack are heading for the hills, and there's a measly 20% left.
Now we're looking at... Attack will have to touch because he has the Meteor Strike. This is looking real rough. Overtime will be brought into test.
Overtime here.
Yeah.
Dancing around with Becky on the objective. If Jwoo can occupy Becky, then maybe Kilo stands a chance. But first, the overclock from Hidden, already laying into Attack. Not historically a favorable matchup for the Doomfist, and already Attack is gone. A few more percent to stall this out from Zero, but they are losing players left, right, center, up, down, and in the middle. Panthera discover Aria and get an unbelievable 3-0 on New York City. This series alive.
And make no mistake about it, not only is that a 3-0, after the 99% that Zero earned on their first on Arena, from there on out, it was literally all Panthera. They did not lose a fight after taking back the objective.
It's crazy.
Listen,
Simply insane stuff.
If you wanted a question as to what does the meta look like, and you're watching Contenders Korea, and you're seeing a lot of this Doomfist and Winston, and it's Zarya. It is Zarya. Oh, man.
Look, we can dance around with Orisas and Winstons all we want. Fact is, Zarya can walk up, and just hold left click very well, and then bubble, Genji. Oh, Genji do so much when bubble.
Watch Panthera go back. Watch Panthera go back to the Winston in the next map.
I will leave. I will walk out the door. I will leave my house. I will swim through the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean to Korea, and I will smack somebody's keyboard.
Oh boy.
Don't you dare, Panthera. Not when the simple swap to the Zarya just made so much difference. Hopefully, Panthera have finally found the thread. We'll see if they keep it going when we come back from the break. took 5.5 maps. But Panthera discovered the power of Zarya and thus won not only their first objective this season thus far. Admittedly, it's been 2 series. It's not that bad. But also their first map. Now they have another lease at life. They can try to pull off this reverse sweep, but, you know, it is a loser's pick format, so Zero here, they will get to select not only our upcoming map of Push, but should they lose this map of Push, they'll even get to select Escort as our 5th and final. First up, though, Push is the problem for Panthera. Well, and for Zero, too, but I had to go for the alliteration.
It's tasty when you can do it, eh? It's so hard to talk about this series, and just Panthera's season in general, because it is very easy to point fingers at what the problem is. It's trying to force a suboptimal composition when you don't need to.
They're fighting real hard in the hero select screen.
And it's even, the thing is, it's not just the Zarya pick that's bizarre. It's also on Midtown. Like, everyone's playing the I shouldn't say everyone. The Sigma pick makes sense on Midtown relative to the rest of the region. But they make it more difficult for themselves by playing Mei. Right? Like, just in general, their hero selection does not make a ton of sense. And then when they pick the one thing that everyone seems to agree is the quote-unquote correct pick for this meta, they excel, right? So, okay, we can let's just draw it out for Panthera first. Against Pokerface, you can make the argument you're not going to win that mirror head-to-head because Pokerface looks like the strongest team just in general. Fine, I cop to that. That's cool. Against these teams that are of your level, or, you know, weaker than you, sort of around that area.
Theoretically weaker, as
sure.
You know, we have teams coming up from the WDG Opens versus Panthera, who's been playing against Overwatch League teams this year.
But even to that point, you know what? Let's rephrase that. Against teams that are less flexible, just as you are,
sure,
you can get away with the Zarya and unleash your Genji, who is arguably one of the top 3 in this region this season, right?
Becky's so good.
You can let him actually play the video game. It just feels like you're trying to play to your strengths too much instead of acknowledging that there's some series that you're just probably not going to win and then taking the rest as they come. Now we head to Esperanza for map number 4. It's going to be a comp selection thing for me here, just as we load into the map.
Has Zero tried to galaxy brain this and said, you know, we could play, you know, we like our Orisa comp. We could play like New Queen Streak or Coliseo where it's good, but that's where the Zarya is good too. What if we go to Esperanza? This is where Dive is good. Can we bait Panthera back onto the Winston or Doomfist comps they were losing for? Man, that's... woof. I hope Panthera have the wherewithal to beat the H key to defeat the hero select screen and get themselves at least another playable composition. But there's also the argument to be made here, right? Zero are now in the boat Panthera was up until this point. Attack got pushed on the Orisa, and we saw a swap to the Doomfist. That's the same problem that we just had with Panthera. Is that going to be the plan? Is Attack going to now play the Winston on Esperanza?
What if Panthera, it's like a curse, right? Panthera had the curse of the Winston Doomfist.
Yeah, I'm doing back to Zero with it.
Back to Zero with it.
Oh man, that's the only way to free themselves from the necessity to play dive comps.
Cassidy Genji. What?
Yeah, no, Zero have definitely been infected with something. Somebody checked their temperature. I think they're running a fever.
All right.
Oh my.
God, Kilo is so vulnerable. I'm
befuddled as to what the Cassidy is supposed to do here.
Like, it's good, consistent mid damage, especially against the Zarya, but like, well, hold on.
Okay, well, man.
It's still not a win, though.
You know, well, okay, no. I was gonna say you could roll away, but Kilo stands his ground and dies. Jwoo does trade it right back, though, so 3v5, or 3v4, rather, in Zero's favor, at least for the moment.
The one thing I am worried about here for Zero, even though they've made this first fight work, is the war of attrition. There are going to be fights you just lose because you're so squishy in the one.
Arpen already using both of his bubbles, and I don't think he got a ton of charge out of that. Oh, never mind. You got plenty. You got plenty of charge. It looked like it was just the Winston tickling him, but he's up to 100 already. Does have to be a little bit careful, like you said. That Cassidy's consistent damage, even if it's just body shots. Kilo making it work for sure, and Zero are right on back.
Now hear me out. Okay, Arpen heard my thought from the
Hear me out, Winston. No, I was actually thinking the same thing. I don't hate it here.
Yeah, I think if you're going to be counter-comped, just play. Yeah, just switch to the Winston and like make Kilo's life miserable.
It's certainly going to be difficult. Ult advantage is firmly in Zero's favor, though. And I mean, the bot is just inching its way to the checkpoint as well. Kilo getting nano. Okay, well, don't have to worry about a dive when you've got so much damage resistance. Quick flight finish off Hidden. He does slide to safety and slay. Arpen charge into the back line of Zero. Arpen has to take a breather. Checkpoint get hit. I believe that checkpoint got hit. Yep. Jwoo was doing his job, and attack comes in to smash people around. Oh no, Panthera, I thought you had it.
It was close. I mean, that's just that ult lead that just never. It's too much, right? And I mean, okay, we obviously poo-pooed Panthera not going over the Zarya for so long, but the truth is, I don't think this Cassidy comp actually beats the Zarya consistently. But it's clear Panthera just aren't as comfortable on it, and so now they're just in an awkward position. It's another good read by Zero.
Yeah.
They essentially, we talked about baiting Panthera into playing the Winston by going to Esperanza. The truth is they played just a counter bait instead.
Hey, with a blade already chopping Hidden into bits. Only good for the one, but dealt more than enough damage. I mean, this is unbelievable from Zero thus far. They have not let their boot off Panthera's throat.
I will also highlight that there are very few players in the world who would be able to make this work too. If it wasn't for the fact that it's Kilo on Cassidy, right?
Yeah.
There aren't you have to be able to be consistent in your headshot damage on Cassidy to make this work. And truthfully, there aren't a ton that can do it in the world.
Ults have to come out here for Panthera. Already 123 meters for Zero. Hidden good for one off of that overclock, and Becky putting down the most dangerous player in the lobby by far. But Zero, actually, they don't have to give up much space here.
Yeah. The other thing too is now because you've got such a lead, right? You can just play for time for this middle of the pack. It's unlike, when we've seen teams in the past just try and play for time, where they only have like 70, 80 meters. 123 is one of those leads that's like, okay, now we've got to genuinely like really work for it.
Man. Near indomitable. That Suzu's way too early too from Slay. At least the beat comes out now. Panthera trying to make it happen. Becky didn't receive it though, so he has to recall away and can't put the pressure on. Arpen and Aiden will have to do so instead, and they lose Slay in the process. Jwoo cutting people to ribbons and even gets the deflect on the railgun. Looking for more, hunting for Aiden. And attack helps him out with that one. False bomb not enough either from Becky. Oh man, Panthera, it's so close into so many fights, even in this one. Attack getting hunted down, eventually finished off. But how much progress do they get out of this? Kilo's back now on the Sombra.
Sombra does not feel good. Kilo can just go to the Sojourn, right? And
But now Kilo's not a target at all.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, is that he's not really a target. Like, the Sojourn is not the primary dive target either, though, right?
I mean, it is when it's Kilo. It would be when it's Kilo at the very least. I mean, Sombra's certainly harder to play on the current patch, but look, I'm giving Kilo the benefit of the doubt until he whiffs an EMP. And they're using Kitsune Rush up on the high ground. It hurts a little bit. Okay, Kilo does do a whole lot with that decloak there, but Panthera did use quite a few ults to make that happen.
Nice chase down by Arpen. Arpen actually was
Really
just
solid.
a clutch fight there. That Primal Rage was unreal. I think got 3 eliminations with it, and then the chase down onto to attack on top of it all. They will get this checkpoint here, so there is a path back in for Panthera into this map. It's not done and dusted yet. It's still very difficult. But
they've used a lot of their ults to get to this point, right? Now they have to sort of heal back, pull ults out of Zero, try to pull like 3 or 4 ults out in a fight where Panthera doesn't spend much.
One of the benefits of having a railgun available, though, that's 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2, but I think that's the only 2 they're gonna get out of Zero here. Becky falls. I mean, Jaywu, you know, it's not the flashiest blade we've ever seen, but Panthera scatter like roaches when the light comes on, so nothing more will be invested.
I think that was a spin of frustration from Jaywu. Did not feel that was, you know, up to the standards that we expect. Now, here's...
Doesn't need to be when you have this much of a lead.
Yeah. I mean, here's where it gets a little bit dicey for Panthera. Is even though there's 3.5 minutes left, you do kind of have to be flawless from here. You're expected to lose this next one pretty handily, I think, but with the 3 ults that Zero has. But after that, perfection is basically required.
Got it here. Yeah. Ooh, Hidden gets up to the high ground first, though, and Arban actually leaps out of danger. Doesn't have the primal, so needs to stay away for a moment, get fully healed up by Slay before re-engaging. And Zero, they've taken quite a bit of damage themselves. Attack just barely waking up in time for the primal, and a beat keeps him alive, too. Oh, it needed to be flawless, and Panthera, they had an opportunity, but there were too many ults. Zero, they had too much room to work with, and now they're all the way back to where they're gaining more progress and pushing for a full cap.
And now it feels done and dusted because Panthera had to use everything here. Right, they used the 2 big ones, the pulse bomb and the overclock.
Hidden trying to put on his best Kilo cosplay with the Cassidy, but how much can he accomplish? Nano at the ready. Arpen, you'd think he'd be the recipient. Has to dive onto somebody really vulnerable. Goes in with not a ton of health. Hidden with one nice shot a second. Oh, actually, it's Hidden receiving the Nano. Yeah, okay. I mean, if you can't hit the shots Kilo can, at least get a Nano, and then that helps. Attack dives a little bit too deep, and it will not be the full cop. Not quite yet. But so far to push for Panthera.
I mean, even with that fight win, the fact that you're investing at your spawn feels so rough. I mean, on Zero's side, look at, like, you just have to play for the blade, right?
Oh, and that's an anti. Oh, man. That's a lot of damage Panthera take. Trying to cut Zero off from the quick pathing so that they don't have to take an engagement in the middle of the map, but... Oh, Hidden just barely survives. Wow, the peel for Panthera is so good right now.
I mean, but you're looking at a, what do you call it, Blade EMP combo, right? And while the last EMP hit 4 and didn't get anything, with a Blade to follow up, you feel like that's going to be a difference maker. Both the Pulse Bomb and the Primal with.
Yeah, nothing for Panthera. They knew they had to strike first in that fight. They wouldn't have an opportunity against the Cyberblade. Kilo does get scouted. Kilo gets headshot, so now it's all on the Blade. Panthera trying to step back. Not give Jaywu his opening. That's a nice anti onto attack. Jaywu's already good for 1, though, and he hasn't even pulled the blade out yet. Will he survive long enough? Dives onto Hidden. Good for a second. Here's the blade out now, but Aiden does receive a Nano. Panthera digging in best they can with 45 seconds left on the clock.
And yet that blade did its job. It got the Nano out, so now there is no defensive utility against this EMP. I mean, a solo EMP here just to eliminate the support would be the right play.
Yeah, it's right. Hidden gets 1, but a support for a DPS you'll take any day of the week if you're Zero, especially with the massive lead you have. Now a deep dive, going for Slay. Doesn't stand a chance in the world. Not if all 5 players of Panthera were there helping him out. Could he have survived that one?
15 seconds left here, and it feels like curtains. I mean, just a Nano here from Zero to clean up and attack for sustain. It doesn't matter.
Oh, and that's the Nano on attack too. I mean, there's not even a way out of this Mega Pack room. Attack running Hidden down. The overtime triggered just barely here, so Panthera have the slightest of chances. Becky doesn't even know where to look though. What is his target? Where could he go? Who could he possibly focus down? Wrapping around to the high ground. Zero, they've given up a lot of space. Where have they gone?
They're waiting for this the rally to expire. That has now got completed, and now there is nothing left for Panthera.
So well done by Zero. They know they just need 1 fight of the next 3 or 4. Gun down. It's a bit of a trade, but no! The sleep on Jaywu! Wait. So you're saying there's a chance, Lafon?
Problem is they've lost 2. Both supports from Panthera have to make the long walk back. And though
almost has the primal.
I mean, the thing is, it's a primal to displace an EMP for the same here for Zero. They just need to get them off the cart.
Pulse Bomb forces attacks primal. That's at least something. Becky has to recall. Now, Ooh, the Deadeye out. Zero, they can't contest, so a little bit more meterage here. Attack even takes a shot to his chest. Pen survives just a little bit. Here comes the EMP. Kilo doing it once again. Just when Zero's backs were starting to get pressed against the wall. Daewoo not hitting it with the pulse bomb, but with Aiden falling with a nano now. Zero will not be denied. Panthera, these last 2 maps were far better than their first 5. But it's Zero all the same.
Unbelievable performance there at the end from Zero. What a read, by the way, on their opponent, recognizing that their weakness, that they thought the weakness was going to come into play, and an ill-practiced composition could not sustain. And Zero, with those switches, with the read to pull their opponent into a false sense of security, steal this series away. A 3-1, and Zero, your #1 seed reminder coming in from the WDG Opens, open up their Contenders career with a bang, as they'll start off with a 3-1 victory here over Panthera and keep themselves in the conversation towards playoffs.
Phenomenal stuff from Zero. Great start for their fall series. Man, Kilo just looks so good. Kilo's back, baby. Oh, yes, he looks so good. And with Daewoo as his DPS duo, too. Daewoo, one of the Tracer phenoms, one of the young guns with the hunger to be the best in the game. Still some questions for Zero around their pool, around what compositions they can play. Zarya is a very big question mark for me moving on against some of the other teams in their group, like Poker Face, like FM, too. But for now, Zero can be happy that they only gave away a single map against a team that we saw on New Junk City should be as good as Panthera. They're a little bit late to wake up, but I have some hopes for Panthera moving forward now that we've seen them at least attempt that Zarya comp, and it worked so well.
And I mean, yeah, Panthera has the talent, right? And this is something that we're going to keep saying because they've performed, the players on Panthera have performed in the past to perfection. There has been that history from them, right? And so now it is but translating it to here. But for now, player of the match, your MVP, no surprise at all.
If you thought it would be anyone else, you didn't watch the same series we did. I mean, Kilo not only dominated map #1 with picks like that, not only decimated Panthera with plays like this, the 5K. I still have no clue how he sees develop there. I tried to look again. I was like, maybe there's a pixel. Maybe his settings are low. Nah, Kilo. When you need someone to deliver, Kilo's second to none.
And the other thing too is single-handedly dismantling the read. It's not just the mechanics from Kilo, right? This Cassidy play here, there aren't very many teams that can undo a Zarya with the confidence that is capable from Kilo, right? It takes a player like this, and I think we're going to see a lot more of that this season. That being said, this is how your day #3 of the fall series in Korea shaped up. A lot closer of a day, it must be said, than our previous two.
Yeah. This has been our most competitive day by far, which is very fun. Poker Face, not allowing much fun. You know, again, they have dinner reservations. That's why they're slotted first on all the days they've played so far. You know, they got somewhere to be. But Euphoria versus SPG was a banger once Sunjin got off the Doomfist. Panthera versus Zero. Again, it's a lot of teams are still settling into this new patch. There's been no Overwatch League play on this patch. The Contenders Korea teams mostly have to figure it out themselves. So there's a lot of teams trying a lot of different comfort. Yeah. Some things work, some things don't. SPG, Poker Face, and Zero happy with the way day 3 shaped up for them.
Sure. Now that's a quick look at how our standings shape up as well. And man, at the start of this, if you had said this is how the Group A standings are going to look, a lot of people would have looked at you askance. But yes, that is indeed true. Panthera -5 in their map differential as they stayed no victories here in their first week of play.
Next week, Panthera will have to beat both FM and Revival, and maybe even hope for a little bit of help depending on how map differential works out, right? Yeah. I mean, there's a very real world in which Panthera and FM are tied at third-ish with 2 wins each. And then, map differential comes into play. Panthera glad they at least picked up 1 map today. If they had gone home without any, that would be a very sore subject for their chances of playoffs. On the other side of things, SPG off on the right note. We just got 1 game out of Group B today, but we'll get a couple more tomorrow. I believe we'll see SPG again, too, so they can try and balloon that +1 map differential they got going on. And Euphoria, they're far from out of the running thus far, but Group B shaping up to be pretty competitive if JNGK can give these Contenders mainstay teams a run for their money.
And I mean, that also means that Lemix is playing for their lives as well next week, right? That's
very much the case.
Yeah. From here on out, not only do they have to win, it's going to have to be near flawless. And if it's not, they will need some help from the other games as well. So for them,
even if it is, they might need some help from the other games.
I mean, a lot of interesting games for next week. Looking for, I think there is very much, especially if you look at Group B, right, because of how close it is there. There is still an upset potential available. I mean, Euphoria, despite their up and downs today, they are a team that, if you're not careful, I think will be able to punish you for mistakes that are made. And it is going to come down to that. That being said, we're going to take a quick glance at our next couple of games. And I mean, again, that SPG game, very, very interesting to see who kind of gets a chance to stay high in that Group B conversation.
We will learn a lot about Group B from tomorrow. Not only is it SPG versus JNGK, but also Dreamers versus Euphoria. If Euphoria can sort of either figure out this Doomfist engine composition or sidestep it, put it away and do something else on Control and Flashpoint, that'll be pretty tasty. And then, of course, Zero has a chance to really balloon themselves to the top of Group A and almost pretty much cement their playoff chances, if not, first or second potentially, depending on how, a tough game of Poker Face next week. That's next week Zero's problem. Tomorrow they got to beat Revival.
Yeah. And keep in mind that this is also a case where we can talk about the WDG Open, bracket, because Zero is that #1 team out of it. Sure. Every other WDG team the teams from the WDG Open were looking at Zero, and in this case, it seems that Zero has actually weathered the storm quite well as they come in and take a victory against one of the OWL knockout teams. So, I mean, the expectation is for Zero to be maybe even that 2nd seed after the performance today, in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited for Zero, right? This is a team that we saw a little bit of throughout this year, right? But now, they've added Kilo into their roster. I mean, Kilo was there in the WDG Opens, I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering that correctly. Yeah. But either way, Kilo looks sick, right? They got Jwoo on that team. I'm very excited for their prospects, as long as they can figure out what to do against some of these stronger Zarya teams. Still a little bit of a question there given to us for Zero on that 3rd map. So many good questions. I can't believe that we're 3 days into the season out of 8 in our regular season, right? And we still have so much to learn about all these teams.
Yeah, and I think not only the teams that we have a lot to learn about, right, but the meta as well.
Sure.
Because I think so.
It has not been what we were promised. We were promised hard Zarya meta, everybody running Sojourn, Genji, Zarya, and that's it. That is not. We've seen, I think, the least of Zarya of all the compositions we've run this week.
The thing is, though, is the teams that have run Zarya, well, the team that has run Zarya has, I think, defined what the conversation is going to look like. Everyone is really playing to Poker Face, and I think Group B, depending on how the game tomorrow with Dreamers steps up, might be a very similar situation, right? Where Dreamers ends up being sort of the defining factor, and if you can't deal with Zarya, are you playing with 2nd place? When played properly, when played to perfection, I think Zarya is still the better selection. The problem is the margin for error is so great, right? Greedy Bubbles is probably the biggest one. We saw that today from Arpen when the Zarya just wasn't working. You have to use Stealth Bubble twice. It's not enough. That might be a bit different. So overall, I mean, tomorrow is going to finally cement some of my thoughts, but it's going to be an exciting one nonetheless.
And you and I get to watch from the sidelines. We get to take a break. It'll be Unknown and G-Clef taking you through tomorrow, folks. Same time, same place. One more day for the week here in Contenders Korea Fall Series. We'll see you then.